My good looks equates to being chosen early by males. Equates to losing my virginity that night and being forced to bear children. Change this outcome. Luo Zi set her sights on the rumored big shot who couldn't reproduce. And tonight is that tribe's selection ceremony. The day Luo Zi put your plan into action. She arrived fully prepared at the sacrificial square, waiting for her chance. However, after waiting a long time, the hunting party had still not returned. Luo Zi began to feel uneasy at this point. Yin Lin really mustn't run into trouble. She didn't want to be dragged into the bridal chamber for mating tonight. Suddenly, a young beastman lad shouted out, "They're back! They're back!" The hunting party actually captured a blade beast. As soon as the words fell, a youth of striking, clear demeanor walked from afar, dragging an unknown colossal creature. Behind him, under the bright moonlight, Yin Lin's figure stood tall and straight, approaching step by step. What an utterly refreshingly handsome man. Yet, it was precisely this coldly beautiful youth whom the tribe considered a disabled beastman, solely because he couldn't transform into beast form. And it was further rumored he quadruple to the extent that Yin Lin became outcast, shunned by the tribe. Yet this was exactly what Luo Zi had hoped for. As a modern person Wo had crossed over, she couldn't accept having relations with a beastman. At this moment, Yin Lin's icy pupils looked toward the clan chief. The blade beast was hunted by me alone. According to the rules, the tribe cannot make the distribution. I'll take my leave first. Yin Lin, what do you mean? The blade beast is the most delicious food. Are you trying to hog the blade beast? Zhao, the bright red one, was the first to jump out. As the shaman's daughter, she usually gets a share no matter what the hunting team brings back. Her words instantly sparked 1,000 waves, and the tribe's pampered females all chimed in. Exactly, Yin Lin. You don't even have a female, and besides, what does a disabled beastman need so much food for? Listening to the crowd's mockery, Yin Lin's ice blue round pupils gradually showed a tendency to turn into vertical slits, a sign of his rising anger. Just then, the old shaman Sabo suddenly spoke. Yin Lin, you are a warrior. The tribe raised with much food. For the tribe, let's share blade beast with everyone. Anyone with eyes can see its meat as comfort on the surface, but it's actually repaying kindness with a demand, and Silver Lin naturally wouldn't agree. I contributed to other beast meat too. Those I can do without. I just want the blade beast. Watching the dozen or so prey being carried into the tribe one after another, the witch doctor hesitated. This would indeed be more cost-effective for the tribe. Just as she was about to nod, Big Red rushed up and shook her arm. Dad, I want to eat it. He, a disabled beast, can't possibly finish this much. After speaking, she turned her face to glare at Silver Lin. A disabled beastman like you, whom no female wants, should share the delicious blade beast with the tribe's females. The rest of the females immediately found this reasonable, and so, for the sake of the meat, they all started shouting along, various harsh words pouring from their mouths. At this moment, Silverlin's expression grew increasingly heavy. All sorts of oppressive words kept pressing down on him, as if he were being abandoned by all. Watching the young man bowing his head in the crowd, Luo Zi felt uncomfortable. Would it work if Sharon over now and said she wanted to be his female? Her original plan was to find a chance to pull him aside alone, present the gift, and then plead with him kindly. If he really disagreed, she still had a backup plan. But in the current situation, Silver Lin's mood must be very poor. What if, just as she approached, what should I do if I'm pushed aside? At this moment, Yinlin spoke up. If you all want to compete for this blade beast, causing the hunting team to lose fairness, I will withdraw from the hunting team. No way! The voice came from the tribal chieftain. If Yin Lin withdraws from the hunting team, the loss to the tribe would be too great. You can look down on his Physical disability and inability to produce offspring, but you cannot look down on his hunting abilities. This capture of the Blade Beast is enough to prove his combat strength. The chieftain was a strong, middle-aged beastman, theravines and wrinkles on his face, making him appear even more imposing. At this moment, he continued, Yinlin, the hunting team is off course fair. Everyone isn't trying to snatch your prey, but you have no female. You can't eat the entire blade beast. I can allocate 50 shekels to you, as if you sold it to the tribe. However, Yinlin was unusually stubborn. What if I have no female? The blade beast was hunted by me alone. I don't agree with any other distribution method. After pausing, he continued, since the chieftain still believes hunting team should be fair, then I'll take my prey and leave. After saying this, he turned to leave. At this moment, Luo Zi could no longer sit still. If she didn't act now and he left, she would be randomly assigned a beast husband. But the thought of taking the initiative to confess her feelings inevitably brought a hint of shyness to her. Silver warrior, I like you. Could I be your female? Looking at thief male before him, who seemed to have gathered immense courage, Silver's expression remained cold as ever, but his pointed, fluffy snow ears suddenly twitched. The first to react was Luoji, are you crazy? Just to eat blade beast, you choose Silver as your mate? It's not for the beast meat. I genuinely like Silver. He's good looking. At this moment, Luo Zi cursed Da Hong inwardly, hoping desperately that Silver wouldn't misunderstand and then reject her. So she loudly repeated it once more. I like you, Silver. You are very good looking. Those words directly made her old face blush, yet men before her seemed unmoved. Please, big brother, quickly agree to my confession. At this moment, Yui, who was quite close to Luoji, suddenly steps forward, but Luoji can't even bear cubs. She's a disabled beast and won't live much longer. These words were sincerely advising Luoji. Although Silver Ishinsum, disabled beasts never have long lifespans and are looked down upon by others in the tribe. Da Hong, who couldn't eat the blade beast, mocked. If other males could take a liking to this dirty, smelly female, choosing a disabled beast, you two are quitty a match. In an instant, the crowd, many female beastmen also chimed in agreement. Originally, they were discussing the ownership of the blade beast, but now, it had turned into a discussion about how dirty she was. But actually, she had been unintentionally pretending before, just to avoid being targeted by male beastmen. Yet at this moment, she couldn't lose face in front of Yinlin. Just as she was about to open her mouth to explain, Yinlin glanced at her, then immediately spoke up. I went, hearing the first two words. Luo Zi's first reaction was that it was over. The big shot was going to reject her. At this moment, Luo Zi couldn't care about so much anymore. She yanked off the hat she used for disguise, pulled out from her bosom a bright red, heart-shaped fruit, and sincerely looked at Yinlin. Not ugly, and I don't smell bad either. This is my gift to you. Please eat me. After Luo Zi took off her hat, exclamations of surprise never ceased. Is this the sea dragon goddess? So beautiful. I can't believe my eyes. There is actually such a beautiful female in the world. But the praise didn't bring Luo Zi the slightest bit of happiness, because she saw the big shot right before her, staring at her face and then frowning slightly. This scared Luo Zi so much that her heart trembled, so she deliberately didn't blink, gazing deeply at Yinlin's sharp jawline. After a short while, her eyes grew sore, and she skillfully squeezed a few tears at just the right moment. Then, Yinliang's pitiful gaze fixed on Yinlin. This scene successfully made Yinlin feel that if he refused, those rippling moist glimmers would soon gather into large teardrops, and she would probably burst into tears. Booth did not believe her unreliable reason. That she liked him because Esh found him good looking. No matter the reason, a female like her did not belong to him, nor did he need a female. The next moment, Yinlin suddenly drew the stone knife from his waist, and, with one slash, cut off the hind leg of the blade beast, then turned and took the heart-shaped fruit from Luozi's hand. As an exchange, take this. You don't need to do such things. Yinling's clear voice carried a hint of detachment. Whether it was true or false, this female named Luozi was not someone he disliked, but he had no intention of accepting it either. At this moment, Luozi was speechless. Did she really think she wanted to eat meat? No, she didn't want to be dragged into a dark room. Gritting her teeth, ignoring the shocked gazes of everyone, she rushed forward and wrapped her arms around the youth's lean waist, then looked at Yinling with pitiful eyes. I don't want beast meat, I just like you. Can you be my male? Before Yinling could speak, the males in the area grew anxious. Luozi, if Yinling doesn't want to, you can choose him. No, choose me. Yet Luozi had no time to look at them. At this moment, she completely crashed into Yinling's embrace, like an ostrich. Don't push her away. The next second, Luozi only felt her body suddenly light, and Yinling actually lifted her up with just one arm, then swept a sharp gaze over Ivarion, declaring from now on Luozi is my female companion. One sentence directly announced Luozi's ownership. Sitting on Yinling's arm now, Luozi's heart raced wildly, partly from genuine, frantic excitement, and partly from some fear. Yinling's strength is truly too great. Is she really not capable? Will tonight be safe? But in truth, Luozi had also prepared for the worst. Even if Yinling still has that ability, as long as the youth doesn't bully her, she would still rather choose her. No helping it a sucker for good looks, and besides, she had already tried to choose the safest path. Rest is up to fate. Unconsciously, Luozi was set down. They were already home. Then, Yinling focused on handling the beast meat. Her movements deft and skilled, but she didn't seem to intend to control her actions. A stiff silence lasted 10 minutes. Yinling finished headdressing the blade cut meat, then spoke up, breaking the silence. You're very afraid of other males, but I can't protect you. So do you want to flee from the panther tribe? Hearing this, Luo, I know, it's somewhat startling. She guessed it. She seems smarter than other beastmen. Perhaps her behavior indeed seems very peculiar to her. But you're too weak. If you run away, you'll die. Silver Bell's voice coldly adds a sentence. She does not think Luozi truly likes her, but probably means her no harm. No female can suppress malice to embrace a disabled beast. She also doesn't know why she wants to help her. Perhaps her eyes are pretty. Or perhaps because she is the first person to hug her. At this moment, Luozi lowers her head, softly utters and indicating she agrees with Silver Bell's words. No female can survive alone in the wild, but she is still very curious, can't help but ask a question. Why can't you protect me? I can help you with work. At this time, Silver Bell looks at her faintly. My life is very short. I'm going to die. Disabled beastmen cannot live past 20 winters. She has already lived through 19 winters. Though Silver Bell's tone is flat, Luozi still sees in her eyes a touch of desolation and a desolate fatuo with no attachment to the myriad things of the world. In this moment, Luozi falls silent. She doesn't understand what kind of disease her disabilities exactly, but at this moment, she also seems to have no way to help her. But no matter what, she herself is temporarily safe. Silver Bell seems to be a good. The person did not mean to force her. At this moment, Luozi was in a somewhat happy mood, smiling gently at Yinling. Can I walk around here? Perhaps because the girl in front had a sincere and beautiful smile. Yinling suppressed the emotions in her eyes, nodded lightly, then went to the river to clean the game meat. Luo Zi slowly wandered around the surroundings for a while, learned about the surrounding planning to later plant some crops herself, and when there see chance, improve the house as well. It was a hard-won opportunity, and she would strive to live well in the future. Suddenly, she remembered Yinling, with whom she would live together. Ling slowly walked to the river, but did not see Yinling, only a wooden basin placed on the bank. Suddenly, from dense water-reed bushes on the bank, came Yinling's commanding voice, "Don't come here, go home." Turning Garand, Luo Zi was instantly frightened and shivering. Under their grass, Yinling's side waist had two extremely long wounds, and even more terrifying, on the wounds were crawling many wriggling black leeches. "What are you doing? Come up quickly, your skin will rot." Like this. As she spoke, Luo Zi wanted to go into the water to pull her up, but forgive her. Those wriggling leeches really made her scalp crawl. At this moment, Luo Zi was almost crying from anxiety, strenuously reaching out her hand to her. "Hurry up and come up." Staring at Thishan stretched out toward her, Yinling's heart, which she had believed to be icy cold, instantly flickered with confusion. Why was she in such a rush? Was it because she was worried about her? And Luo Zi, of course, was worried about her, worried that if anything were to happen to her, the wonderful life was about to begin would come to an end. In the end, Yinling still did not take hold of that outstretched hand. Instead, she grabbed a leech, casually crushed it, and only then looked toward Luo Zi. The blade beast's teeth are venomous. These waterworms can help suck out the poisoned blood. Luo Zi wasn't a fool either. After hearing her explanation, she understood it seemed she had heard before that leeches could draw out poison. With that, Yinling wouldn't think. She was peeping either bathing, right? "I'll head off first. I'll wait for you at home." Without waiting for a response, she ran off. And at this moment, a strange sense of delight rose in Yinling's heart. In the water, her fuzzy tail couldn't help but sway gently. She said she'd wait for her to come home. After returning home, Luo Zi, fumbling around in the dark wooden hut, finally managed to feel her way to the stone bed covered with animal hides. Suddenly her expression turned serious. She had realized a problem. If she slept on Thebes at night, then where would Yinling sleep? Whatever, she was already staying in someone else's home. And besides, she didn't plan on fulfilling Ephemelis duties anyway. Sleeping on the bed again would be a bit too much. So, Luo Zi pulled out a beast skin blanket and laid it on Thefler to sleep. Soon, she fell asleep, even dreaming that Yinling roasted a lot of sizzling oily meat for her to eat. So much so that when Yinling returned, what she saw was a sweet little female sleeping in Thekerner, drooling. Yinling couldn't bear to disturb her for the moment, and she felt somewhat at ease. Actually, today, there was a moment when she wanted to give up. Right when the clan leader was about to go against the public screen and everyone despised her. After all, she might not live past her 20th winter, but looking at that little female constant drilling, she felt she could try to live a few more days for her. The next day, upon opening her eyes, Luo Zi felt her entire neck was wet. Hopefully Yinling hadn't seen it. The next second, Luo Zi covered her face in shame and frustration. Yinling must have seen her drool, because she saw the cooked meat Yinling had left for her, though embarrassed. It didn't affect her eating at all, mainly because she was too hungry yesterday. She only ate a corn cob, full, and walking out of the wooden hut, Shepin to see Yinling returning. Luo Zi's face bloomed with a bright smile. "Good morning, Yinling, thank you for the food you gave me." At that moment, Yinling's furry beast earspined, her silver hair trembled slightly. Even though it was food shared with her, her smile, it was like filling her empty heart with things she would eat. The food she gave and thank her with a smile. People in the clan would not thank her, and even when they did, they would look at her with fearful eyes, as if afraid she would transmit her crippled fate to them. Seeing that Yinling seemed to be in a fairly good mood, Luo Zi followed by tilting her head and asking, "Can we go to the market later?" Yet it was this very sentence that suddenly made Yinling's body stiffen, her pupils instantly narrowing into sharp vertical slits, a cold aura swirling around her. Seeing this, Luo Zi's heart sank. She seemed to have angered her. Although she didn't yet know why she was angry, it was better to back. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. I was just speaking without thinking, don't be angry." However, Yinling only slightly furrowed her brows, then spoke softly, "Sure, if you have something you want to buy, I'll take you to buy it." That just now was merely her subconscious reaction. For a long time, she had always heard their disgust and curses toward her, and she just didn't want her to hear it. But actually, it didn't matter. She would have to leave him sooner or later, and he would again choose another healthy male. "No, if you don't want to go, we won't go." Her original intention was to buy some vegetables, to cook meat, soup, to replenish her Qian blood, because yesterday she seemed to have lost a lot of blood. Since Yinling didn't want to go to the market, then she will first go back to the group housing to get her luggage. "I'll go to the group housing to bring the luggage over," said. Yet, Yinling didn't know. Wish leaned in and pressed close to her face, the scent of green kutchgrass instantly making her blush. Was she about to be kissed? Was this moving too fast? They hadn't even held hands yet, but considering his looks, it wouldn't be entirely unacceptable to give her idol from the old days a little peck. However, Yinling only rubbed his chin against her neck and the side of her face, with only his slightly reddened ears betraying his inner feelings. You need a little of my scent. Wait till you return, and I'll take you to the market." Right, she had overthought it, but Yinling is really very nice. Some people shouldn't judge him by his surface appearance. Look at what she did. She rescued her from dire straits, gave her food and freedom, and was even willing to take her out. Although her words and actions were a bit cold, it really was very good. "All right, thank you, Yinling, I'm off." Luo Zi walked briskly toward the direction of the communal house, strands of hair drifting around, a refreshing scent of green grass. This was somewhat like territorial marking. Yinling thoughtfully marked her. This kind of marking should be a form of protection. If you encounter danger, you can call my name. The boy's not so loud voice came through, but the sense of security it gave was immense. Luo Zi turned back and cheerfully hummed in agreement. Her choice yesterday was completely correct. Having a powerful Melias just too blissful. Suddenly a rough voice interrupted Luo Zi's light footsteps. "Are you Luo Zi? Last night, you certainly didn't couple with that disabled beast, right?" Blocking the way ahead was Lan, he from the hunting team, followed by two men with bare upper bodies. Hearing these words, Luo Zi frowned and said, "This has nothing to do with you. I'm already his female partner." Lan He's gaze lingered on Luo Zi's delicate, pinkish-white little face, and indeed he caught the scent of silver scaly on her. Yet snatching a claimed female is a serious crime in the tribe. "Luo Zi, if you become our female, you won't have to wear these coarse rags, and you can wear precious spear necklaces just like Da Hong. I don't need what you're offering." Luo Zi didn't want to engage with them and quickened her steps to leave. Watching Luo Zi's receding figure, Lanny's eyes were filled with unwillingness. "Brothers, let's find a chance to kill that disabled beast. He doesn't deserve to have such a beautiful female." Another beastman chimed in. "Tomorrow, we'll invite him to hunt with us and find an opportunity to kill him. Then we'll fight, and the winner gets Luo Zi." At that moment, a figure hiding behind a large tree turned pale. Actually, Luo Zi hadn't gone far, because their appearance in this place was suspicious. She Never expected they truly harbor ill intentions. She had to find a chance to tell Yinlin to prevent him from being killed and herself from facing the fate of being violated and for said to bear offspring. It was also her fault, as she had brought trouble to Yinlin, but she also needed to protect him. He was now her only reliance. Hastily arriving behind the communal dwelling, Luo Zi packed her meager belongings, which were the backpack she carried when she crossed over, containing a dead phone and a few books. When they saw Luo Zi, several other females who had also returned to pack their things began gossiping. Luo Zi is so beautiful, yet she chose a disabled beast. Not wanting to eat blade beast meat must mean you're crazy. Hearing these words, Luo Zi didn't care in the slightest. After packing her things, she walked out of the communal house. Just as she stepped outside, a dirty bra was thrown at Luo Zi's feet. It was one she had lent Toiwei Yi, who was on good terms with her. Now, Yueyi's angry voice came over. Take it back. Luo Zi, you have a crazy sickness, and you didn't even tell me. You're so vicious. I hate you. Luo Zi understood what she meant. In these people's eyes, her choosing the silver scale was probably madness. But she saw no need to explain. She then stepped directly over the undergarment on the ground, giving a disdainful look at Yuyi, who appeared in an R-rated state after last night's frenzy. A brain is a good thing. I hope you can have one. Yuyi, seeing Luo Zi's utterly calm and detached demeanor, felt her anger flare up instantly. What do you mean? Are you calling me brainless? Look at yourself now. Exposing yourself in front of so many males, and listen to their baseless words like rabid dogs. If you really had a brain, you'd think carefully about who actually looks like the one with the crazy sickness. At this moment, Yueyi's face turned awkward as she covered her body. She also became aware of the gazes the malice present were directing at her. Right then, a cold shout suddenly rang out. Seize her! Da Hong, upon learning that Luo Zi had returned, hurriedly brought the tribe's females to block her. Seeing the group of females approaching menacingly, Luo Zi took off running, charging straight toward Da Hong. Just as she was about to collide with Da Hong, she deliberately stuck out her foot and tripped her hard, making Da Hong successfully fall flat on her face. By the time Da Hong got up from the ground covered with pebbles, her animal hide skirt had been torn with a long gash. Da Hong was so furious her face turned ashen. You lowly, inferior female, you ruined my precious skirt. I won't let you get away with this. But Luo Zi had already run far away. Did they think she was stupid? How could she possibly stand there foolishly waiting for them to catch her? However, Luo Zi hadn't run far when she saw Yinlin standing under a large tree, the breeze lifting his sharply defined silver hair. From a distance, Luo Zi called out to him. Yinlin, why are you here? Could he be waiting for her? At this thought, a sweet smile spread across her face. At that moment, the ears behind Yinlin's silver hair trembled slightly, his expression somewhat indifferent as he glanced at the panting Luo Zi. I heard the communal hut arguing. But you didn't call my name. Luo Zi didn't expect his hearing to be so good, but these words were so heartwarming. He really did intend to protect her. Though her heart was leaping with joy, she still felt somewhat guilty. It was only the first one day. It brought danger and trouble to him. That I seem to have brought you quite a bit of trouble. At this moment, fine fragments of grievance welled up in Luo Zi's eyes. Would he not want her any more after finding out? Seeing the tears glistening in Luo Zi's eyes, Yinlin's face, which had just softened because of her smile, darkened. What happened? Big Hong saw me and said she would hit me, probably because I ate the blade beast meat she wanted to eat, and I tripped her while running away. Are you hurt? Yinlin's usually aloof voice unexpectedly carried a hint of tension. No, I'm not. It's just that he also tore her expensive shark skin. dress. Luo Zi felt a bit happy inside. Why does he seem so concerned about her? As long as you're not hurt, it's fine. Later, we'll go to the marketo sell the blade beast teeth, which can be exchanged for a lot of shell gold, and then we'll compensate. Big Hong. Hearing that Luo Zi wasn't hurt, Yin Lin seemed to let out a sigh of relief and replied very nonchalantly, offering a solution to the problem. Was this the responsibility from a beastman husband? The little wife was truly touched at this moment. The big shot seemed to not take this matter seriously at all. After returning to the small hut, she discovered something even more touching. Yin Lin had actually prepared breakfast and was waiting for her. This kind of sudden gentle treatment. The feeling made her heart uncontrollably flutter like a little deer. He was not only unrealisticalism, but also unrealistically kind. She really wanted to know him a little better. After just one day together, she had already developed a reluctant to part emotion. But could she really only live a very short life? On the way to the market after breakfast, Luo Ji was thinking about how to tell Yin Lin that someone wanted to harm him. She was somewhat worried he would think she was a source of trouble and not wander, but finally mustered the courage to confess to Yin Lin. However, Yin Lin just let out a faint hum. He didn't feel that Luo Zi had brought him trouble. Besides, Luo Ji was already his recognized female. Unless she actively abandoned him, he would not give her to anyone. But Luo Zi couldn't guess the thoughts in his heart. However, beastmen are usually straightforward. If you are annoyed with her, he should show it. Right? Sigh. The handsome big boss was perfect in every way. He just talked little, completely leaving her Uniblito read him. Actually, Yin Lin had been keeping an eye on Luoji from the corner of his eye, noticing she often gazed at the beastmen passing by, seeming somewhat envious of the females being carried on the males' backs, and she also really liked beastmen cubs. It's a pity she couldn't transform into a beast form. As for cubs, a beastman like him about to die wasn't worthy of fantasizing about cubs either. Suddenly, Yin Lin, walking ahead, stopped in his tracks, turned around and looked at Luo Zi. I'll carry you. At first, Luo Ji thought she must have misheard him, so she let out an sound, but Yin Lin directly squatted in front of her, placed his sturdy arms on his knees, and coldly uttered one word, "Come." At this moment, Luo Jishirt was pounding wildly. This big shot wasn't following the usual script. He was actively inviting her for a hug. But to sit on his arm and be carried by him, what difference was there from a 3-year-old child being carried by an adult? But was there a problem with being a 3-year-old child in front of a big shot? No problem at all. So Luo Zi's face blossomed into a sweet smile. Thank you, Yin Lin. She had to accept it. How could she bear to reject the handsome big shot's kindness? And Yin Lin had thought she would refuse, never expecting this beautiful little female to directly sit up and even affectionately wrap her arms around his neck. Thief male's alluring scent spread under his nose, and Yin Lin's Adam's apple couldn't help but bob up and down. The reason he actually wanted to carry Yun Yao was that he couldn't stand the surrounding male beast staring at her so brazenly. He didn't allow other beastmen to secretly ogle her. Suddenly, a mocking voice came through. Everyone, look quickly. He's the leopard tribe's inauspicious beastman Yin Lin. Iced god. Such a beautiful female, actually. She is the mate of an ill-omened beastman. These harsh voices entered Luo Zi's ears, and she finally understood why he didn't want to come to the market. He must have experienced this countless times over the years. I think this female must have been forced. Such a beautiful female could never possibly choose a disabled beastman, right? A disabled beast that cannot reproduce doesn't deserve a beautiful female. Sentence of self-righteous speculation and mockery made Luo Zi's anger flare up instantly. She jumped down and yelled at the crowd of beasts. What are you looking at? What right do you have to say others are no good? Look at your own appearances, you even have the nerve to call someone else a disabled beastman. I think even though you aren't disabled, you're still less capable than my male. Have some dignity and be decent. If you have no dignity, then shut your mouths. The scene even stunned Yin Lin. He hadn't expected her to speak up for him, and to be so angry. Just moments ago, he was still worried she would look down on him. Regardless of whether she truly liked him or not, he would remember this gratitude in his heart. She was the first person to ever speak up for him. Yin Lin, you don't need to care what others say. From now on, let's just live our own lives well. Luozi's voice was soft and gentle as she comforted Yin Lin, and she deliberately pressed herself closer to him. Let's just say this is comfort, not taking advantage, right? Yin Lin turned his face aside, looked up, and met her lively, encouraging eyes. Nodded gently. I understand. Of course, he understood her meaning. All these years, while stubbornly clinging to life, that was how he had thought, not caring about others' malice and prejudice. It was just that what she had said just now was and at this moment, he suddenly wanted to live much, much longer. To stay by her side a little more. And meeting Yin Lin's gentle gaze, Luozi's heart beat fiercely. She really wanted to blurt out one of those cheesy pickup lines from domineering CEO novels. You damn little temptress, you're way too alluring. The atmosphere made Luozi feel inexplicably shy, and she ran off to the vendor stalls to sweep through the goods. During this time, Yin Lin sold off her collected items, pulled Luozi to a stall that looked very expensive, used all her savings to buy a very expensive dress. Luozi wanted to stop her, but it was already late. She just went ahead and bought it, spending lavishly without slightest hesitation. Could this be bought to compensate Da Hong? But Yin Lin instead directly pulled her to a small grove, handed the dress to her. Go change into it, huh? Why, isn't this to compensate Da Hong? Luozi was a bit confused at this moment. Seeing her hesitate, Yin Lin thought she was worried about offending Da Hong. Then she looked at her seriously and said, Luozi, you are the female I acknowledge, I will protect you. Perhaps Luozi's dazedly staring at her appearance is very alluring. The person is adorable. Yinling tentatively raised her arm for the first time, gently stroked Luozi's head, a head pat from the boss. Head pat kill. Oh my god, who could withstand this? Luozi only felt as if she had been forced to drink an 82-year-old carbonated cola, her whole body feeling dizzy. The Isai boss suddenly turning gentle was truly deadly. Thank you, Yinling, you turn around first. I'll change next. Logically speaking, Luozi was her female. She had the right to see her body, but when Yinling saw her tender, blushing little face, she still turned around. Her little female seemed very shy. Luozi quickly slipped on the new dress. I'm done. Thank you, Yinling. Luozi's voice was sweet and charming. Perhaps feeling that she had taken a step closer to the big boss, she reached out and lifted the boss's hand resting at her waist. We should go home. An exceptionally bright and radiant smile crashed into tree-like pupils as clear as silver bells and the silver moon. She nodded lightly, then without giving Luozi time to react, grabbed her soft little hand and lifted her up again. We're going home. Although the expression on Yinling's face remained cold and aloof, Luozi could sense gentleness in her clear voice, giving rise to an indescribable warmth in her heart. Along the way, Luozi asked to be put down, but each time she was ignored by the big boss. So Ozi intimately wrapped her arms around the boss's neck and fell asleep, breathing in the scent of riverside green grass that clung to Yinling. At this moment, Luozi thought to herself, if she couldn't return to the modern world, staying like this with her might not be so bad. either. Just before drifting Jinto dreams, some exceptionally tender and intimate thoughts emerged in Luo Zi's mind. When Yinling brought Luo Zi back to the tribe's entrance, she saw a group of beastmen gathered there, as if waiting for their return. It turned out to be Big Red, stationed at the gate with a crowd of beastmen. Yinling immediately put down that foolish female of yours and returned her to the tribe. Big Red couldn't wait to deal with the one who made her fall flat on her face this morning. Luo Zi gave a severe beating. If Silver Bell could abandon Yun Yao over this matter, it would be even better. She will do it before she finds a new male. Spoil her face. Despite the big fuss she made, the only response she got was a piercing, knife-like murderous glare. The other females were scared off by Yinling's chilling, cold gaze. But Da Hong was not afraid of Yinling at all, recklessly stretching out her arm to block the door. If you don't drop Luo Zi, don't even think about it. However, before she could finish her words, Da Hong was kicked away by Yinling. That's right. She was kicked. A long, slender leg sent Da Hong flying in one kick. At that moment, all the beasts widened their eyes. Yinling was about to start a rebellion, daring to hit a female, let alone the noble shaman's daughter. The next second, all the beasts erupted. Oh my god, Luo Zi really is insane. She infected Yinling. Run quickly, call the males of the beast guard team over. The screaming woke Luo Zi up, who rubbed drowsily. Rubbing her eyes, she looked at Da Hong lying on the ground. Yinling, how dare you hit me? You will be killed. Da Hong clutched her stomach in pain, an angry voice squeezing out from between gritted teeth. Luo Zi is my female. If you want to harm her, then I will attack you. After saying that, she walked forward without looking back. Her thinking was this: simple female that belongs to oneself is even more worthy of protection than prey, and must not be violated by anyone. Somewhat recovering, Luo Zi swallowed hard. Thebus really dared to do it. She actually hit her. Could she be this fierce? Coming back to her senses, Luo Zi felt a bit worried, although she didn't quite understand the tribe's rules. However, he also knew that the status of females within his own tribe was quite high. Was Silver Bell directly starting to fight a bit reckless? Sure enough, a group of running beastmen rushed over with the old witch doctor. Silver Bell, how dare you lay hands on a female? You must kneel and apologize to her and accept the tribe's punishment. Silver Bell stopped in his tracks, coldly staring at the old witch doctor, stubbornly saying, I was protecting my own female. I did nothing wrong. If you think that Big Red harming my female is allowed, then my attack on Big Red should also be allowed. Of course, after I attacked her, I am willing to accept the challenge from her mate. At this moment, in Luo's eyes, the evening glow on the horizon was not even as handsome as the big shot's eyebrows and eyes. Damn handsome, too perfect. In this moment, many females from other tribes were speechless because of Silver Bell's words. When they were bullied by Big Red, why didn't their males protect them? And the witch doctor's facetified at the words. His lips twitched, but heckled and uttered a retort. Of course, he knew that in any tribe, females should be protected. So, are you challenging me? At this moment, Silver Bell's sharp silver eyes swept over the beastmen surrounding him. He was truly ready to fight. The Malisuo were just baring their teeth and growling. All took 2 steps back. Females from the hunting team were all very. It is very clear about Yinling's combat strength. No one in the entire tribe is her match. Seeing this scene, Da Hong becomes anxious and sharp-eyed. You go on. Hit her, bite her to death. Fog Fox, what are you standing there for? Aren't you my male anymore? And you, Big Thunder, what are you waiting for? All of you, attack together now. At this point, Fog Fox and Bite Hunter exchanged a glance. A battle plan formed. They prepared to surround Silver Bell. Yet even at this moment, Silver Bell still didn't forget to comfort Luo Zi. Be good, step back a bit. At this moment, Luo Zi hung her head, somewhat afraid to meet her eyes. Initially, she only thought about surviving. Here, about finding a powerful male who wouldn't force her to download anything. Carrying such selfish intentions, she felt guilty and uneasy, all in order to stay alive. But it brought endless troublado the Silver Bells. However, there was no time left for Luoji to think now. With a click, she was jolted awake, missed fox waspinched in the abdomen by Silver Bell, crimson liquid splattering onto the people around. Big Thunder, meanwhile, was pinned by Silver Bell against his throat, forcing him to continuously emit painful whimpers. With just a little more force, she could have taken his violent life. As the saying goes again, a blade beast that requires the entire hunting team to cooperate to capture. Silver Bell alone can hunt and kill it, which is enough to prove Silver Bell's ferocity. Suddenly, fierce roar rang out, and a black panther of exceptionally imposing build came charging over. Clan Chief Rain Valley had finally arrived. Silver Bell, release Bite Hunter. Perhaps the clan chief's words had taken effect, as Silver Bell silently released the completely powerless Big Thunder, covered in blood, and walked towards Luo Zi. Luo Zi now felt, my scalp tingles with fear, boss. An absolutely brutal fight. Such terrifying methods. Though fear is fear, how could she be so ungrateful? Luo Zi, suppressing her fear, carefully reached for that blood-stained hand. But unexpectedly, Yin Ling avoided her extended hand, turning her face to look at the chieftain. Unless you can find a stronger male to defeat me, otherwise he is not worthy of bullying my partner, I will still attack him. Yin Ling's meaning is exactly literal. Without a strong male partner, how is one worthy of bullying others outside? Even if it's you, Da Hong, you must show your strength. At the same time, her words directly shut the chieftain's mouth. The weak are prey to the strong. The strong rule. This is an eternal, unchanging rule. Logically, Yin Ling Atakinga female definitely violates tribal rules, but her reason is to protect females. Without females, there are no descendants. This is the Beastman law that Thatoverity's tribal rules. At this moment, the disabled Beastman Yin Ling, whom everyone used to look down upon, now shines brightly in these of many females. But Da Hong still refuses to let it go. Even if I bullied him, he must still compensate for ruining my valuable clothes, and must kowtow and apologize to me. Hearing this, Yin Ling slightly frowned. Da Hong is changing the subject, fixating on the clothes and not letting go. Luo Zi glanced at the blood stain splashed on her long skirt, unwilling. He replied weakly, your mate's blood has stained my more precious clothes. You have to compensate me first. Make him apologize to me. His mistake. My clothes are much more expensive than yours. At this moment, everyone noticed the sea eel skirt on Luo Zi. In the market, it would cost nearly 100 shell coins. How could this usually low-key disabled beastman be so wealthy, even richer than the shaman's family? You're being unreasonable. It was clearly your male one-jured Big Hong's mate. That's why he bled. Big Hong's close friend Lu Ta seized on this point and spoke up in response. Seeing the displeased look on the clan leader's face, Luo Zi immediately reacted and added fuel to the fire. The clan leader hasn't even judged right or wrong yet. Who are you to decide? Don't say you haven't become the shaman. Yet, even if you did become the shaman, expelling tribesmen from the tribe is a power only the clan leader holds. Or are you saying you believe you also have such power within the tribe? That's right, even the clan leader must respect me, my father, otherwise if my father refuses to treat Hisselness, he will die. If you don't kneel before me, you will die. Big Hong blurted out what she was Thinking clearly, she was just brainless and digging her own father's grave. In order to show off her own nobility, Xianxi again heightened the tension of the confrontation. The shaman's clan, because they possessed valuable knowledge and could heal beastmen, therefore enjoyed priority access to all the tribe's resources. But the shaman was just the shaman. The old witch priest still knew how to read the situation. Seeing the clan leader's aura icy and cold, he quickly scolded Dahong with a shout, "Hurry up and roll back." Here, suddenly, Luota with the pointed chin rushed up with a dark expression. With a sharp slap, she fiercely struck Dahong across the face. "My father is the clan leader. Only he has the right to expel beastmen. You've gone too far." This stunned Luozi. Could a beastman best friend's downfall happened this fast too? But this was exactly what she wanted. She could sneak away with the big shot. Looking towards Yinling again, she found that the big shot seemed to have been staring at her all along, as if probing something. Did she come across as too forceful just now? Meanwhile, Yinling felt that his female not only had the most beautiful appearance, but was also very intelligent, unlike any beastman he had ever met. Yet, someone like her, why would she fear other males but not him? At this moment, the clan leader Gaiu's voice, suppressing anger, came through. Dahong, for maliciously harming a female, is punished with 3 days confinement in the cave, with no food given. And now Luozi felt her back intensely burning hot. This farce ended with Dahong's complete defeat. The intelligent and beautiful Luozi became the white moonlight for many males. Men, after all, just like special women. One by one, they watched Luozi's departing figure with predatory eyes, wishing short-lived Yinling would die sooner. How they died from illness, they have a good chance to pick up the pieces. Luozi shrunk her neck, almost walking right next to the boss. The two of them all the way walked home in silence. Luozi sheepishly thanked the boss, grateful that the boss stepped up to protect her, to fight for her battle, and the boss just casually grunted in acknowledgement, leaving Luozi at a loss for words. She had plenty to say, but couldn't handle a boss who didn't like to talk, and was even more afraid that talking too much would annoy the boss. At this moment, Luozi felt a bit melancholic, not knowing if the boss treated her so well, was fulfilling the duty of a male taking care of a female, or if there was just a tiny bit of liking for her. Watching the busy Silverbelly and Luozi open at her mouth to ask what you are doing, or how about we cook together? Yorb still needs some vine ropes to secure it. The silver bell stared fixedly at Luozi's delicate little face. She always wore a beautiful smile when speaking to her, and Luozi hadn't expected Thathe boss was making a bed for her. Touched by his silent warmth, she stared blankly into his eyes, her heartbeat suddenly skipping a beat. For some reason, Luozi said something that might make her regret it. "If you don't mind, I can squeeze in with you for now." Luozi originally meant to feel sorry for the silver bell. It wasn't necessary for her to stay up late making a bed for her. Even if she slept on the floor, it would be fine. But the silver bell misunderstood, clearly voicing out, "Do you want to mate with me?" At this moment, Luozi shirt felt like that of an old pervert lusting after a handsome man's body. Yet on the surface, she wore a shy appearance. "No, that's not what I meant to mean. I can sleep on the floor." But Yinling suddenly set down the tool in her hand, and actually raised her hand to touch Luozi's flushed, burning cheek. The soft, tender, and smooth texture beneath her fingertips made her lose focus for a moment. But the next second, Yinling turned and walked into the kitchen. "Fine, then I won't make a new bed yet. I'll cook first." What's meaning of this? Is that it? Why? Isn't this like what happens in dramas? Well, maybe the big shot just wanted to touch her face out of pure curiosity, making her get her hopes up for nothing. Setting aside her messy thoughts, Luo Zi quickly walked into the kitchen, swiftly took the meat from Yinling's hands, and gave her a soft, gentle smile. I'll cook, you just wait to eat. I'll go wash this first. Eating hers, wearing hers, living in hers. If she doesn't do something, she'd really feel too embarrassed. Yinling was a bit puzzled at this moment, not understanding why. Meat, already salted, needed washing. Gagan wasn't that wasting salt? But she let it be. Before, she never had the habit of storing food, but now, she had to consider going into forest alone to hunt. Having a delicate female partner indeed brought more trouble, but she didn't resent this kind of trouble. Watching Thatcherful figure running toward the riverside, she only felt as if the pale, cold world had gained a bit more color. When Lok Kai returned, she saw Yinling had already carefully lit the fire. Big brother is really too thoughtful. Thank you, Yinling. I just happened to not know how to light a fire. Yinling's silvery, furry animal ears twitched upward slightly, and she quietly glanced at her. She, the only person she met would thank her with a smile, seemed to really lick her. Speaking of liking, Yinling recalled her confession at Thutum Tide Festival, and for a moment, she felt inexplicably dazed, as if her mood was somewhat joyful. Blue round pupils unconsciously revealed themselves. Luo Zi was seeing her fully round pupils for the first time. These silver eyes that held flowing light at the corners were truly gentle and beautiful. She was hesitating how to bring up wanting to go to the forest with her, taking advantage of her good mood. It was the perfect time to bring it up. Are you going hunting in Sunniverset Forest? Could he accompany you? After saying this, she even afraid she wouldn't agree. Luoji dared to grab her wrist, gently shaking it twice, with a strong sense of acting cute. Silver Ling's wrist was grasped by a soft, boneless little hand, an unfamiliar sensation, never felt before, like a small stone drop in Jinto, the still surface of a dead pond. Seeing Yinling show some unusual movement, Luo Zi struck while the iron was hot. Staring eagerly at the hesitant boss, I know there will be danger, but I will obediently follow you. I'm very well behaved, I promise. Not to run around. It was the first time Yinling had been touched so softly by a female, yet Shesta bornly refused to give in. Luo Zi didn't expect this matter to make the boss so reluctant to agree, and helplessly released her wrist. But would she give up? Clearly, she would not. She already had a plan in mind. Isn't it set in TV dramas that men are most swayed by pillow talk? She was going to. Boss slept together. Anthan continued to touch her at night, as the saying goes, as long as you put in the effort. An iron rod can be ground into a needle. After finishing dinner, taking advantage of Silver Bell going to wash the dishes, Luo Zi simply wiped her lower body with water. Seeing that Silver Bell hadn't returned yet, she planted the plant seeds bought at market today in the yard. Not every time traveler knows how to farm. Luo Zi could only leave it to fate. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. We don't need to grow food. Luo Zi could guess what the boss was thinking, probably feeling that her hunting was enough. Only beastmen from low-level tribes would try farming. Your hands are very dirty. Silver Bell's gaze swept over Luo Zi's fair, tender hands covered in black mud. Her tone unclear whether it was disdain or something else. Looking at Silver Bell's bewitchingly charming, pretty face, Luo Zi's small face carried a cutie and earnest expression as she said, I'll go wash by the river now. I'll clean them before getting into your bed. After saying that, she quickly slipped away, afraid that if she looked any longer she wouldn't be able to control herself. Just because Uhen the boss spoke, the rolling of her throat was damnably captivating. Silverbell watched the receding figure, frowned slightly. Clearly the little female hadn't understood her meaning before running off. Her meaning was that farming is exhausting. The delicate little female doesn't need to farm, she could support the household. Also, she The meaning is, tonight you want to sleep with her? Just ran to the riverside. Luo Zi's face inexplicably showed what exactly was just said. What kind of bold words are these? What she meant was to consider the boss's hard work. She could just sleep on Thefler. Why mention getting into bed? She felt that the image of an old pervert in Yinling's heart was impossible to wash away. On the way back, Luoji walked slowly, thinking to herself, the boss doesn't have that kind of ability, so there's no need to worry about intimate matters. The remaining issue is to find a way to coax the boss into taking her to the forest. When she returned home, Yinling was sitting by the bonfire sewing animal hide clothing. She couldn't transform into her beast form to fight, so it was common for her clothes to get damaged during battle. Luo Zi took off her shoes and actively climbed onto the wooden bed covered with soft animal hides. Then I first go to sleep. Then she covered herself with the fur blanket, revealing a small head, looking at Silver Bell with an utterly pure gaze. And just at that moment, Silver Bell put down what was in her hands and stood up, and Luo Zi's heart, which had just calmed down, began to thump again. She's coming. She's coming. Is the big boss also going to sleep in bed? What should I say later? But there wasn't anything. Silver Bell took a fur pouch from the shelf and handed the fur pouch to Luo Zi. Not understanding, Luo Zi opened the fur pouch. Inside were all shiny shells. Were these all for her? At this moment, Silverbell gazed seriously at Luo Zi. In the future I will save shells, little female. You don't need to grow food. The big boss can let her little female, that's too heartwarming. Her budding maiden heart couldn't take it. This might make her misunderstand. Silver Bell is clearly just a cold, disabled beastman who has never received tenderness or love yet. Today, he tirelessly carried her, bought her clothes, protected her. How could he be so good? Luo Ji was deeply moved. A pair of gentle, beautiful eyes, Karinga misty, watery gaze, stared at her, and she bravely extended a small hand to rest on Silver Bell's large hand. The warmth of their skin touching made Silver Bell unconsciously swallow hard. A cold, icy blue glint rising in his frosty eyes, that was a light of uncontrollable desire via beasts. But at this moment, Luo Zi, where could one pay attention? Still shyly, she revealed a sweet smile towards Yinling. I know you are very capable. Obleto make me full. But farming is convenient, and there will be a greater variety of food. While speaking, she used those delicate and boneless hands to stroke Yinling's hand. A strong itching sensation rushed from the back of her hand into her heart. In an instant, Yinling's blood surged rapidly. She quickly pulled back her pinned hand and walked out of the room with disordered breathing, leaving behind a bewildered Yuloji. Don't go, I only touched your hand a little. Just now, she was called a cute little female, but now she acts as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. However, Luoji waited for a long time in vain. The enchanting big shot still did not return. Finally, she couldn't hold on and fell asleep. In her daze, she felt a cool, grassy scent of moisture. Luoji subconsciously lifted her leg to clamp it, this waist most comfortable sleeping position. But she did not know that the moment she recklessly lifted her leg to clamp it, a furry, snow-white tail instantly stiffened, the fur standing on end in shock, only slowly returning to normal after a long while. And what Luoji even less knew was that Yinling actually had a stronger craving for desert than ordinary males. Because she was half human, half beast, greed and restlessness would appear in her human form after reaching adulthood. Yinling had always been an early riser, but today was an exception. Her waist was pinned by the little female's leg, and struggling wildly make her more excited and stirred up. In the dream, Luo Zi felt the body pillow trying to escape, so she angrily hugged the pillow tighter, then lifted her leg and kicked hard, but she felt like she had kicked an iron plate. From the sudden pain, Luo Ji abruptly opened her eyes, only to meet a pair of cold, bloodthirsty vertical pupils. The big boss's gaze seemed like it wanted to devour her whole without spitting her out. Oh, she had reached the limit. Luo Ji swallowed the saliva that had urgently secreted. I can explain. How exactly to explain? She didn't know either. Did she just kick the big boss's balls? What a sin. Adding insult to injury for the already infertile big boss. I was dreaming just now, dreaming of a monster. I didn't mean it. Luo Ji's pink, tender lips stumbled through the explanation, yet big boss's handsome face drew closer and closer. Luo Zi didn't dare to blink. She clearly saw the silver vertical pupils flickering with the bewitching, dangerous light. Is the big boss going to at her? Woo! Help! The next moment, a straight nose bridge pressed against her small, sweaty nose tip. Hot breath sprayed between them as their lips collided. The soft, teasing sensation slipped away in an instant. Luo Zi's eyes went blank, as if struck by an electric shock. Her first kiss was gone. Her boss had kissed her. Is there anything more thrilling than this? Yes, there is. After taking her first kiss, the boss stood up, turning his back to her. It revealed that fluffy tail. Boss actually has a tail. That fluffy tail makes her really want to stroke it. If only she could touch it once. Luo Zi admits she has the thief's heart, but not the thief's courage. Soon, Yin Lin put on a fur coat. At home. Don't wander around. I'll be back before dark. After a greedy kiss, Yin Lin's voice became aware and low, carrying a hint of elusive charm. Vaguely, her breath was uneven and dunstable. No way. I want to go too. Luo Zi quickly climbed out of bed. She missed the great opportunity last night to beg him. Dangerous, not allowed. After bluntly refusing, the door was mercilessly closed. At this moment, Luo Zi covered their belatedly burning cheeks. The boss slipped away after kissing. It's really maddening how to pass the days when the boss isn't home. Just survive, I guess. Thankfully, Da Hong is locked up. Probably no one will bother her, right? Alone at home, Luo Ji decided to cook a few dishes. Maybe if the boss eats happily, he'll agree to take her to the forest. Suddenly, a very abrupt voice sounded. How fragrant. Luo Zi, what are you eating? Luo Zi warily looked at the newcomer, seeing no one else behind him. She slightly relaxed. What are you here for? The newcomer was Yi Le Yi, who previously had a distant relationship with her, but at this moment he was all ragged. There were actually quite a few unsightly bruises on her thighs and arms. It seemed that life after Yui found a male wasn't so pleasant after all. Yui handed over the fruit she was holding in her arms. I came to apologize to you. I misunderstood you before, and I forgive you. If there's nothing else, you can go back. Yui is just a brainless beast woman female. She doesn't need to bother with him. But as Yui turned to leave, a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. What about these sweet fruits? Seeing her speak so haltingly, even Luo Ji, who wasn't foolish, knew something was wrong with these sweet fruits. So she grabbed the fruit and was about to stuff it into her mouth. At this moment, Yu looked rather anxious. Don't eat, idiot. It was Da Hong and the others who ordered me to give it to you. If you eat it, your stomach will hurt. Luo Ji, of course, wouldn't really eat it. She just wanted to test whether Yui's foolishness was harmless. But what was truly was malice. Remember not to tell them that you told me these things, or you might get beaten again. If Luo Ji hadn't reminded her, the foolish Yu Yerli wouldn't have known how to lie. Thank you, Luo Ji. You're still the one who treats me well. My malianly mates with me every day. And it hurts. At this moment, Luo didn't know how to comfort her. If she hadn't managed to cling to the Big Shot's favor, then Yui's current situation would probably have been her own fate as well. Thankfully, the Big showed us a cold yet gentle beastman. He definitely wouldn't treat her this way. Luo Zi instructed Yi to protect herself well, and then find a way to change to one that could treat her. The better males, after giving some reserve sperm, were sent away. Yet Luo Zi, who had been busy all day, still couldn't wait for Yin Lin to return. Restless, she kept standing at the door looking out. After her parents' unexpected death in her previous life, Luo Zi had never again felt a sense of security from anyone. So she was prone to wild thoughts and uncontrollable worry. And Yin Lin had excellent night vision. He had spotted early on the little female standing anxiously at the door, peering out, as if waiting for him. Finally, Luo Zi saw the big boss returning with prey and joyfully went to meet him. Yin Lin, you're back. Hearing that cheerful, sweet, and soft voice, Yin Lin's heart, he couldn't help trembling. Noon had ever waited for him at home. Before, he had never experienced this kind of feeling. I was so worried about you. You promised to come back before dark. Luo Zi held back the impulse to hug him that had surged within her just a moment ago, softly complaining. But it sounded more like a child acting spoiled. Yin Lin really wanted to pat her head right now, but both his hands were holding the prey. So he could only lower his voice and gently explain, the prey wasn't easy to catch. I wasted a lot of time. If he wanted to live longer, he had to eat the meat of fierce beasts, which was also why he had refused to share the blade edge meat before. Go wash your hands and eat. I already prepared the meal earlier. As she spoke, Luo Zi wanted to take Thesmal prey from his hands. But Yin Lin's expression inwardly turned cold. He still wasn't used to life with a female, and in the past, no one had ever been able to take prey from his hands. But after just a moment of hesitation, he still handed the mixed chicken over to her. She was his female, he should provide for her and share the prey with her. After finishing Themi, Luo Zi sat idly at the doorway, secretly watching the busy figure of the boss under the moonlight. Her little mind couldn't help recalling the scene of the morning kiss. She subconsciously touched her own lips. Was that kiss from the boss a little intentional, a kiss of liking, or was it just a farewell gesture before leaving? Leaving a scent? The more I think about it, the more it drives me crazy. Bro, oh, why is your mind so hard to read? She either should go ask him? But that's so embarrassing. Suddenly, the sound of water from the riverside caught her attention. Luo Zi's first reaction was, big guy fell into the water. She nervously hurried over, but her eyes suddenly tightened. Under the moonlight, a golden leopard with no stripes on its entire body leaped out of the water, standing proudly before Yin Lin, emitting a feminine, delicate, and seductive voice. Yin Lin, you are a fine warrior. The most noble female, Da Hong, from your tribe doesn't fancy you, so why not become my male and come back with me to the Golden Leopard tribe? Yin Lin watched her warily, a female capable of transforming into beast form for combat. Sex, it's quite rare. Luoji, who had just run over, was so angry at this moment that she could spit blood. She had finally managed to hook up with the big shot, and in less than 3 days, someone was about to cut in. Before Ish could even act, an even more eye-searing scene unfolded. That plump, large chest was about to press against the big shot. How can you remain indifferent? Hit her. To protect the big shot's pure body, Luo Zhi rushed over in a frantic hurry, embracing Yin Lin's slender waist as if defending her sovereignty while pushing that exposed figure into Thuing, not forgetting to glare fiercely at Jin Bao. No matter who you are, Yin Lin belongs to me. As my partner, stay away from him. But Mi Dai showed no sign of embarrassment from falling into the water. Instead, she stood in the water with a look of indifference, her tone mocking as she said, your partner? There isn't a trace of your scent on him. You haven't mated with him at all. You only chose Yin Lin so you could eat blade beast meat and make yourself more beautiful. isn't that right? Not many beastmen know the secret of blade beast meat, but me die. Believe that this female o Funknoun origin knew, which is why she chose a disabled beastman like Yin Lin. Me Dai ignored Luo Zi, turning her enchanting gaze toward Yin Lin. Besides having a beautiful face, he can't give you anathingals, but I can give you everything. Here you go. Butterfly clearly knows how intense the beastly nature of a disabled beastman can be, so how could he possibly resist her sexy allure when faced with it? Can you hold it in? And from beginning to end, Yam Lam didn't say a word, just turned to look at MIT Dip and Lok Kai-sung. A wave of tension rose from the depths. Surely the big boss wouldn't be lured away by just a few words, right? But wasn't that exactly how she had lured him away back then, with just a few words? Right now, seeing Yinlin Abuto turn his head to look at Mitty, she hastily stood on tiptoe and turned his face back. You don't look at her. Yinlin obediently did not look at Mitty. His back turned to Mitty as heckledy warned, I have my own female. Now, if you intrude into my territory again, we'll attack you. Hearing the big boss rejection, Luo Zi let out a relieved sigh, then provocatively glanced at Mitty, who looked completely astonished. Yet Mitty paid no attention to her provocation. Yinlin, I will give you time to think. The tone is full of the inevitability of bringing Silverwood into Theorem, able to hunt Blade S alone. She wouldn't let the beastly Yin Lin off. In the darkness, Luo Zi lay on the bed, tossing and turning, waiting for Yin Lin, who had gone to shower, to return. Hearing the door push open, Luo Zi got up from the bed and asked him softly, pretending to be calm, if that female had looked for him again. No, still a boss style, simple and clear reply. Luo Zi's heart was drumming inside. She wanted to properly explain to the boss that she wasn't with him just because she wanted to eat meat. I actually have savings too, and can buy food. It's not because I want to eat meat that I'm with you. Yin Lin's expression was hard to make out in the darkness, still calm and undisturbed as he lightly hummed. In acknowledgement, at this moment, Luo Ji was truly agitated. Her heart's lake is like 1,000 acres of misty waves rising, yet he seems as calm as still water, utterly indifferent. She doesn't know how long has passed. Luo Zi finally spoke softly. Then do you believe I truly want to live with you? Unexpectedly, she received Yin Lin's low, piercing, isn't it because you're afraid of other males? Hearing this, Luo Zi was stunned. Yes. Whether it was eating beast meat or because of other reasons, in the end, it wasn't truly out of liking that she chose him as her male, so what right does she have Toadman that he not agree to others? Courtship? At this moment, Luo Ji withered. She had no right, from beginning to end. She never intended to bear children for the big shot, to become his female, for the purpose of reproduction, but rather she was scheming about his infertility. With a faint sigh, Luo Zi softly hummed, I'm tired. Going to sleep first. After saying this, she curled up in the corner of the bed, as if dejected. But the next second, Luo Zi, who had just been feeling down, instantly broke into a cold sweat. The big shot, who had taken off his clothes, actually wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. At the same time, Yin Lin's low, hoarse, and fragmented voice sounded in her ear. The reason isn't important. What matters is that you are now my little female. In the quiet room, Luoji even heard Yin Lin's Adam's apple roll a Tingan, especially sexy swallowing sound. Mom, save me. I can't hold on anymore. Herman seemed to have two little people fighting. One little devil said, turn around and hug the big shot's waist. Bar, indulge wanton life for once. Do something only adults can do. A little angel said, demon, get lost, don't forget the grand gift. Luo Zi, complete listefiend against the corner of the wall, her body so tense she didn't even dare move a toe, not knowing how long the stalemate lasted. In the end, Luoji still couldn't resist sleepiness and fell into a deep slumber. At this moment, Yin Lin used his agile tail to give a clever hook, and the little female fell helplessly into his embrace. Looking at those tender, pinkish-red lips slightly parted, revealing a tempting, charmingly navy appearance, perhaps afraid it would be hard to control her wildness, Yin Lin resisted the impulse to kiss her, merely using his fingertip to caress her lips, which seemed soaked with flower nectar. His voice gentle yet firm as he said, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't refuse, so you are mine now." Actually, there was one thing Luo Zi got wrong. Yin Lin was never semi-outwardly cold, but inwardly warm and gentle. Born with Addis ability, she was thus solitary, growing up amidst scorn. After gaining strength, she even dared to kick Da Hong with her foot. The words gentle had nothing to do with her. Whether it was attraction at first sight or being moved by warmth, she happened to bump into his ice-sealed heart's tip, now already claimed by her as her possession. As long as she lived, then Luo Zi shouldn't even think about escaping. When dawn broke, Luo Zi suddenly opened her eyes, but her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, all the way to the roots of her ears. What was going on now? Before her eyes was a soft pink little honeybean, the boss's little honeybean. And what was happening now? How did she end up waking up and snuggling into the boss's embrace? And of all things, the boss had his arms lightly encircling her. At this moment, the blush that had just faded from Luo Zi again burned fiercely, her mind uncontrollably flooded with some girlish pink fantasies. Meanwhile, Yin Ling was somewhat curious. Why, after waking up, did the little female neither resist nor speak, but instead seemed lost in thought? What was she thinking about? But now Luo Zi was distracted by a furry tail. She simply couldn't trust being tempted anymore, and grabbed the tip of that tail to give it a good, firm stroke. Suddenly, a large hand pulled the terrible tail out of Luo Zi's grasp. Having her tail stroked gave Yin Ling a peculiar sensation. Startled, Luo Ji hurriedly sat up, feeling as if she'd been caught doing something naughty, and looked awkwardly at Yin Ling. "You're awake. Good morning." Sitting up, Yin Ling met those lively, captive attengees, a rare soft light glimmering within them. Slowly raising a hand, she gently patted Luo Zi's little head. "What do you want to do today? Tell me." For some reason, she felt doted upon. Luo Zi, who was caught off guard, froze for a moment. She hadn't expected that. When she casually mentioned a dexterity that she wanted to make some tools, she actually took it to heart. At this moment, Luoji seems like a pink delusional maniac. Did the boss take the initiative to hug her last night? Big Boss held her all night and did nothing. Is he not interested in her? Or is Big Boss's really not up to it? Goodness gracious. Luo Zi was hit by her sudden thought. Forcing herself to calm down, she told Big Boss about her needs. Understanding her request, Yin Ling put on her clothes while saying, "I still have to go hunting this afternoon, so I might not have much time. I need some back support. Please get another male to comb help." Yin Ling got up to leave, but was gently caught by the hand Luo Zi, who sat on the bed, opening her lively big eyes, looking at her weakly. "This afternoon, can you not? Can you take me to the forest? I want to go." This time, Yin Ling did not remain silent, her voice clear and cold, as she gave a direct dang refused. "No, you can't." Luo Zi stared blankly at Big Brother's resolute back, sighing about how the beauty trap hadn't worked. Useful, but when she wakes up with eye discharge, she isn't beautiful enough. And actually, in Yinling's, a delicate female like Luoji would probably be gone in the Timite takes to sneeze in the never setting forest. Luoji, who couldn't go to the forest, dejectedly prepared breakfast. Just as breakfast was ready, Yinling returned, followed by two unfamiliar beastmen and a beastwoman. Yaxia had a bit of a connection with Yinling, and was the one who held the least malice toward Yinling. Ordinary beastmen would do anything for money. Suddenly, Yinling gave Yaxia a cold look. My partner doesn't like seeing other males. You dress properly. Clothes. She doesn't even look at them. Yinling had observed Luoji. Finding she wasn't like other females who enjoyed looking at other males, displaying sexuality through thievery, and even showing disgust when other males display strength. Yasha looked at Silver with skepticism. Ling took one look, thinking how could it be possible, but there was no need to argue with her. After all, Silver Ling was now her employer. Yinling walked into the inner room to eat breakfast and also told Luozi a piece of news. Today Theklan leader told me, these few days our tribe is setting off to Kajia Lake to catch flying fish. Do you want to go? In an instant, Luozi's eyes instantly lit up. I want to go. Want to go. Kajia Lake is at the edge of the sunsetless forest, right? You have to cross several mountains, and you would still go, right? Silver Ling nodded. Her little female and the other females. It's truly different. Other females always want to settle down safely in the tribe. Yinling, you're too kind. I like you the most. Only by going out and seeing the outside world can one gain anything. Staying in the tribe all the time won't lead to an upgrade. The system. Thinking off this, Luozi excitedly hugged the boss's waist, the sudden softness in his arms, forcing the entire spine from Silver Scales goes numb and stiff. Originally, those clear, cold, desireless eyes gradually darken, as if some flood. The water beast is crawling out from the abyss, very much wanting her to hold it tighter. However, Luo Zhongli embraced it tightly that briefly. Then he let go of her with great delight. I'll go teach them how to build the fence. Having said that, he skipped happily out. Had no idea that her proactive embrace and confession would cause such a severe aftermath for the boss. Did not notice the big boss behind with tightly knitted brows, stiff expression. Beads of sweat streamed down the man's lion's sharp neck. At this moment, Silver Ling's Adam's apple is tightly strained. This was the first time she felt the severe pain brought by something surging, and itch pain that penetrated deep into Thesel. She guessed she was reacting to Locke Z's spring arrived. She originally thought she would never enter the mating season, after all. Before meeting Luozi, who embracing and shouting out loud, liking her, and yelling the whole afternoon, didn't go hunting, partly due to physical reasons, the oath. On one hand, there are also quite a lot of things to do. After finishing all the work, Luozi went with Yaxia's female Zhanggyang to riverbank wash hands. As soon as they reached the riverbank, Zhanggyang broke a black bark walnut tree growing by the river. Then with the crunching sound, he gnawed off black skin on the outside, broke it in two halves, and handed the other half to Luoji. You actually have sweet potatoes here. Tree, why aren't you guys eating? There will be none left come winter. Oh. Taking what was called a sweet root tree, Luozi thanked them, and with that, later looked at the thing in hand. Isn't this just sugar cane? After eating the sugar cane and sending off, Zhanggyang Luoji then continued. Looking for sugar cane by the river. Sugar cane can be made into brown sugar, and sugar has many uses. Wild sugar cane grows in the dense aquatic grass and shrubs by the riverbank. Luozi plunged headfirst into the bushes and immediately encountered a green water snake. Look up, sensing the arrival of the person, the emerald serpent's head withdraws from its belly. Warningly, it spat out a crimson snake's tongue. Luozi was caught off guard and met its icy snake eyes. Fear quickly spread through her entire body. She wanted to pull her feet out and run, but her lower legs were still stuck in the river mud. Boss, save me. Face, Luozi whispered. She was afraid of startling this snake that had begun to swim toward her leg. But as the large snakes getting close, Luo Zi could barely hold back the scream of fear in her throat. Little female, stand still, as if the savior-like low and mellow voice sounded from behind her. The next moment, the boss's chest pressed against her body, drenched in sweat. On the back, and at this moment the big snake had already coiled around the position of her knees. Small eyes gleamed with an eerie green light. What should I do? Is this snake venomous or not? Luo Zi was even stammering as she spoke, leaning all her weight on Yinling's body. It's fine, just stay still. Only then did Yinling realize her little female possessed not a shred of ability to protect herself. Although this type of water snake bite won't kill people, but the wound's flesh would fester for a long time. If the delicate little female were bitten even once, she would be heartbroken. At this moment, Yinling slightly bends at the waist, attempting to catch the water snake barehanded. Luo Zi nervously watched as the boss's hand drew closer to the water snake, without any protective measures either. Be careful, Yinling, don't get bitten. As soon as the words were spoken, Yinling's nimble finger swiftly clamped onto the snake's head, thumb tightly gripping the snake's jaw. A spontaneous crisp sound. The water snake was crushed dead by the boss. In an instant, Luo Zi couldn't hold back. Sense of horror shuddered all over and let out an ah sound. She turned and threw herself in Yinling's arms, hopping anxiously as she wrapped around her like a koala. The scene just now had made her scalp crawl. Completely numb, Yinling didn't understand why the little female was having such a big reaction, and instead calmly supported her butt with one hand, washing. Afterwards, he carried her back to shore. Set down, Luo Zi lifted her head to gaze into the boss's calm and undisturbed silver eyes. Thank you. Yinling. At this moment, Luo Zi's beautiful almond eyes were still shimmering with misty, watery light. Her fair cheeks flushed a soft red. This fragile and innocent beauty's enough to mesmerize men. Yinling lowered her head, gazing at her face. The setting sun shone on her face. The holy light and greedy darkness interweave in her eyes. Before Luo Zi could even react, a hand fell at her waist. Those bewitching curry-colored lips pressed right against her lips. Being good-looking Jeckwolves being chosen in advance, selected by the male, Will's losing virginity that night, and being forced to bear offspring. To change this kind of ending, Luoji sets her sights on the rumored to be unable the big shot for carrying on Thelanage, and she just looked at him gratefully, but he took it as her trying to seduce him and grabbed her, pull her into his arms. Bewitching cherry-colored thin lips just hooked right on over and attached themselves. Luo Ji's strain of thought instantly crumbled, allowing the little mouth to be violated in the mind continuously. Gorgeous fireworks exploding, and Yinling, since it was the first time, breathed, growing more chaotic. The grip is also getting stronger. It hurts. You're holding too tight, Luo Zi said with a flushed face, whining pitifully, sniveled and let go of Yinling, as if wronged. Little female creature, you can't seduce me. Her view. Luo Zi turned her flushed little face toward her, revealing that sort of expression akin to a creature like wet docile gaze, no different from a female's courtship. Yet Luo Zi also felt that she had done nothing at all. It's just that clearly it was the big shot who inexplicably started the argument first. So how did it become her seducing him? Never mind, considering the boss tastes pretty good. And besides, he's the boss who saved her from Snake's mouth. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to cut sugarcane and didn't notice there was a snake. I was so scared. That's why I hugged you. Luoji blushed, not knowing what else to say. Where to begin explaining Thiwei? How would she know what behavior had seduced him? And besides, it wasn't the first time she had held him. But now, is the situation that you and the boss are in mutual love? After all, Just kissed for so long. The boss definitely isn't for the sake of leave behind her scent. At this moment, Yinling perhaps feels guilty and changes the subject. You said sugarcane is sweet root tree, said with the furrowed brow, looking at the few branches Luo Zi had picked up. This plant is sweet, but it's also too difficult to swallow, because people here eat sugarcane without spitting out the pulp. Yinling felt his own delicate little femaletin need to eat such low-grade stuff. The sweets, let alone having toughened food on your own. Leave. I'll go find other desserts for you. And of course, Lok Kai understood what he meant. Thinking, he grabbed the big brother's arm and explained, the sweet root tree can be squeezed into juice, which can be boiled into sugar in a pot. Just a salt-like substance. If we hire people to collect a lot of sweet root trees, we cancel sugar in bulk. Trust me, won't be sold cheaper than salt. Soy won't have to go out and hunt hard every day. Silver Ling, who had halted her steps, remained silent, looks at the little female, as if considering the feasibility in her words. Moments later, Yinling looked seriously at Luoji. Wanted to find many sweet roots. Trees would need many people, if it were truly possible to make the kind of candy you speak of. If there are already many people, your wisdom would be run away. We can try it ourselves first. If it works, we'll buy half ORC slaves to work. Wow, Silver Tomb, you really is both smart and amazing. Luo Zi looks at Yinling with admiration. Juicing and Berlingus a simple task, indeed can. This technique was stolen by Simeon. Suddenly, Luo Zi remembered the kiss just now and hesitant whispered, didn't you just? Is it to free loaf taste, right? It's just a kiss. Silver Ling's delicate face flushed slightly, but he still nodded honestly. And Luo Zi immediately took advantage, said softly and coquettishly, you kissed me, from now on you are my boyfriend. You can no longer look for other females. Z. The blonde woman in front wants to intercept the boss. The shameless sneak attack made her lose a lot of her sense of security. She was already a person who lacked a sense of security, including at this very moment. Yes, worried that the big boss wouldn't treply to her, wouldn't give her promises, took advantage of her for free. Her first kiss, plus intimacy. What is a boyfriend? Silver Ling looked at her little female. The term boyfriend was something she hadn't heard of. Luo Zi, somewhat shy and blushing, explained, stretching, reached out and poked Themon's chest. Just like that. It means partner. Watching the little female creature making this expression again, Silver Ridge's heart grew somewhat restless. I am your partner, and won't look for another. Having said that, he restlessly wrapped up the anise. The little female was picked up, striding toward the direction of home. This posture somehow made Lok Kai nervous inside. Not, it's going to land me in the penalty box, isn't it? I only said, partner, not that I want to do that thing right now. Oh my, too fast, too much. Soon, if we really get taken into the little dark room later, what should we do? Should we be more proactive or more passive? But Yinling only set her down, gently stroking those cheeks that were flushed for some reason. I'm going to chop sweet root trees. You stay home. Wait for me. Luo Zi nodded blankly, somewhat regretfully watching Yinling's retreating figure. She had overthought it again. The boss only just intended to wake her up a little, but it doesn't seem like he lusts after her body. At this moment, Lok doesn't know if it's psychological or what. Well, I always feel a bit itchy on the little leg that had been crawled over by the green snake before, so she remembered their ball paste she had bought earlier and took it out. Failed to extract the juice and poured it on the leg. The red rashes on the leg actually receded somewhat unexpectedly. Just at that moment, Silver Ridge carried on his back a bunch of sweet tree roots back. Luo Zi smiled and went up to greet them. Yinling, you're back. Eat first. We'll talk after dinner. Making sugar. Just as the words fell, I suddenly noticed a few bloodstains on his arm. Are you hurt? It's nothing serious. Silver Mound lowered his eyelids and softly replied, all too many times already. But every time the little femalaws and runs towards him, it still makes his heart race. Perhaps this is what they call the heart skipping a beat. You also use this to wipe. It works very well. Luo Zi immediately picked up the leftover grass pulp juice that hadn't been used up, and walked towards Silver before the tomb, gently wiping it on his arm. The sharp, burning pain did not cause Yinling discomfort. Instead, it was within him as an ordinary person. His wisdom left him in a daze. The little female is so intelligent, possessing mysterious wisdom. If the others in the tribe were to know, he would be revered as another witchmaster. So in the future, will he also seek many males? If that's the case, will Shestal stay by his side? But he had once said he only liked her. Yinling felt her own. The heart is pierced by a sharp wooden thorn called liking. Why? A trace of sinister suddenly flashes deep in Yinling's eyes. Voice. Like thousand-year-old ice buried deep in glaciers. It was so cold. Lak Kai was inexplicably feeling a bit apprehensive. Blinking her big eyes in confusion, she asked, "What? Why?" On Yinling's handsome face, the expression was cold and detached. His emotions seemed somewhat unstable. Lo, why like me? Luoji thought in surprise. Boss, how come you show up just like that, without giving people any psychological warning at all? The time to prepare, but without a moment's hesitation on the lips. Because you're good looking, in my heart you're the most handsome man. Sex is the most formidable companion. The softest of sounds was heard, though the Silver Mound seemed to have little substantial change, but Luo Zi seemed to see the boss's pale pink corner of the mouth faintly curve in an extremely small arc. Did the boss just laughing? Before she could get a clear look, Yinling stared at her with a serious expression. You're afraid of other males, right? Hearing this, Luo, without hesitation, she nodded her head. Previously very scared. But now I have you, so I'm not afraid anymore. If I get bullied, you will definitely take care of them for me. Luo Zi is afraid of all males except Yinling, because all other males will change, taking the form of a beast. She couldn't act living with such a beast man, nor could she accept doing that with a beast man. At this moment, Ynl his heart felt sweetly, dotingly pat Luo Zi's little head. His little mate is so well behaved. After eating, Luoji pondered how to extract juice from sugarcane. The beast world had no Jisingmakin. In the end, with Yinling, after discussion, it was decided to make a large roller for pressing. Pressing sugarcane is an extremely physical labor, as strong as. The man was so tired that he was sweating profusely, therefore Luo Zi felt especially distressed for the man, but fortunately, she could still help with some small tasks, taking time to assist. Big brother wipes sweat, tending toppets, replacing pots, and heating woks. A petite figure keeps darting around the yard enjoying herself thoroughly, although tired. Yet the corners of the lips remain upturned, curved, and lifted. And Yinling's arm muscles ached with soreness, but he didn't show any weariness at all. He was enjoying seeing the young female now looking secretly pleased and delighted. The two of them busied until late at night, finally, mouth-watering. The sweet fragrance drifted out. Luo Zitaped his index finger into some of the splashed reddish-brown syrup, tasted it, and then the long-awaited sweetness. Sweetness made her eyes curve into adorable crescent moons, then playfully raised her hand and lightly brushed it against Yinling's attractive lips. Here, taste it. Yinling obediently licked it. Lips, the gritty sugar crystals roll into the oral cavity. Quickly melts, sweet to the heart, as sweet as his little female. But at this moment, Lak Kai quickly lowers his head, his face suddenly. Her complexion flushed red. She was tempted by the sight of the boss licking his lips, though it lasted only a moment, but she caught a glimpse of the boss's pink. The tip of the tongue was colored, shaped like a triangle, with an indescribable sexiness. For no reason, she thought of the boss kissing her during the day. The scene. Lok Kai is immersed in pink fantasy bubbles. His mind inexplicably starts a battle. A little white angel said, "You're a girl, you can't be so flirty. Males like reserved girls." Another little devil said, "Tao, we girls don't smoke or drink. What's up with the sexy stuff? Is there a problem?" Yin Ling also noticed Luo Jiwu's inexplicably face. "I thought she was too hot. I go take a shower. Are you going?" He was uneasy about their going to the riverside alone, and, believing that Luo Zi was his female, he felt it was natural to look at her body. Of course, the premise is that she still must not seduce him. Otherwise, he might lose his rationality. After all, he's because of her. One after another seduction officially entered the mating season of adult ORCs. Just as Signling was worrying about this, Luo Zi refused his suggestion. "None, I just wash at home is fine." At this moment, Luo Zi was too embarrassed to watch the big brother leave. Back silhouette. After all, she had just messed with him like that. And she knew big bro definitely meant nothing by it, but being invited. Let's take a Mandarin duck bath. Her face is still not thick-skinned enough. Worried that the shower would finish quickly, Luo Zi didn't dare to dawdle, quickly finished wishing, and changed out of the dirty clothes. She had just tittied up when suddenly from outside the courtyard came the noisy talking of beastmen. Luo Zi couldn't help but frown in the middle of the night. Who would dare come to our door? Not afraid of Thebes beating him up? Pushing the door slightly ajar to look outside, Luo Zi was given a fright. In an era when everyone could not afford salt, the girl, yet making use of modern technology to eat sugar. Right at this moment, the courtyard's big door was knocked. The moment the door was pushed open, Luo Zi was suddenly startled. There were actually many beastmen outside the courtyard, and Yinling happened to return from bathing by the river, her dripping wet silver hair shedding droplets off water indescribably alluring. From Luoxi. From this perspective, the boss back was silver white and flawless, without a single blemish, sparking genless reverie in her. If it were in the fore. As for the face, wouldn't every Onathan see the big shot's abs and little peach fuzz? How can we possibly bear that? Luo Zi hurriedly takes. He grabbed a piece of clothing and ran in front of Yulling, trying to block his decent exposure. He just doesn't want the boss to be seen by others. Look, and the appearance of Lok Kai made the arriving males unable to get excited. Everyone coveted this beautiful little female. Just don't usually have the Chanchetto see it. Seeing this situation, Silver Bell furrowed her brow, scooped Luo Zi up in her arms, and turned around, walking into the house. Just at this moment, Da Hong shouted out the first line of accusation. Silver Bell hand over the black bear honey. But still, the bell paid no heed to her, placing Lucy back in the inner room. Their gaze fell upon the little female's sexy collarbon, their throat bobbed slightly. Then he gently rubbed her head and said, "They mistakenly thought the sweet taste was black bear honey. You go first. Sleep, I'll go take care of things." Lucy doesn't understand what black bear honey is, but to cause such a big commotion, she's worried there might be no problem. Turned around and took a spoon, stirred it around in the pot for boiling sugar. Then, you take it to show them, ours. I did not steal their stuff. Silver Bell originally did not want to take it. She doesn't need to explain anything. As long as she says no, no one dares to enter her territory. But after seeing the young female's worried look, hesitantly took the spoon and left out. As soon as Luo Zi to shed the bed, she fell asleep. She also wanted to wait for the outcome of Theater, yet toiling busily all day indeed. Just too tired. The second day waking up, discovered Silver Bell wasn't in bed, and outside there was still commotion. Lok Kai hurriedly got up from the bed. Did those beasts not leave all night? Or did Silver Bell fight with him all night? But the next second, her face flushed crimson all at once, and she shyly covered her face with her hands. She had spotted Thepentes placed at the foot of the bed. No way, oh way. This is the panties that the boss washed for her last night? In the middle of the night, she could imagine the boss's cold and handsome face, squatting by the river, washing her panties for her. Woo! How can it be like this? How can there be a grown man washing for a girl? Washing panties. At this moment, Luo Zi, flushed with shame and indignation, rolled around on the bed, before finally calming down after a good while. Calm down, it's not. Knowing what the situation was outside, after rushing anxiously out the door, the overly bright sunlight made her instinctively block her eyes. A voice suddenly came through. Later, we'll go to the market. Yinling was carrying a bundle of thick bamboo and just happened to pass by. Luoji nodded, fog-like gazing at the Silver Bell. I also saw many ORCs working in the courtyard. What is going on here? Maybe today you need to spend a little more. Beijing, you are too weak. Cannot even notice water snakes approaching, so I want to fence the entire house. Lok Kai was really moved. Thinking that the boss would consider so much about the snake matter at this moment. I wish I could hold her cold, handsome face and give it a big mwah. Yinling, you're so kind. Thank you. Luo Zhiwei smiled as she looked at Yinling, then asked about her matter from last night. It turned out last night, Silver Bell didn't want them to disturb the little female, so she let them smell the wooden spoon. After going through it once, they were sent away. Under Silver Bell's formidable strength, they had no choice. Just as they were dispersing, the Bell suddenly called out Totham, since they were already here. Anyway, they enlisted beastmen willing to earn shell coins to help with the work. The reclusive Silver Bell Society Hashero social interactions, rejects contact with others, and never needs help from Manyon. But for the sake of the little female, safe, she has already been trying her best to change. After hearing this, Luo Zi's fondness for the senior grew be another measure, thinking to herself, well, next time, if the big brother does bad things to her, she can choose not to resist. Suddenly, she remembered the big brother just now. Blinking her big eyes and looking at Yinling, she asked, then what are we going to do at the market this afternoon? Go and sell some beast teeth, and buy you a piece of clothing. Speaking of this, Silver Bell frowned, as if hesitating, and said in a low voice, still want to buy slaves to help you work, but must sell your sugar first. She doesn't know if the little female will be unhappy hearing this. Xing, those candies she spent a lot of time on. It was very hard to make, and in fact, Luo Zi was beyond pleased, so happy he jumped up. All right, let's go sell them today. Well, sell them for 20 shell gold each. Silver Bell rarely refutes Luo Zi, but no, at least 30 shell gold. Black Bear honey sells for 40 shell gold per piece. It's very expensive. Expensive food. Sugar is much more delicious than Black Bear honey. Okay, I'll listen to you. Although Luo Ji hasn't tasted Black Bear honey, but Sil Ling is very intelligent. What she said is definitely right. Watching the joyful figure of the little female depart, a trace of soft, gentle warmth flickered in the Silver Bell eyes. In the days when everyone despised her, Luo Zi was like her little son in the darkness, never scorning her for her flaws. Covered in filth, smiling, he stretched out his hands toward her. This would make Yinling feel somewhat at a loss. She would fear losing Fishered one warmth, so she would use everything to protect her little female. And on the other side, just at the front courtyard gate, Luoji was called to a stop by Zhang Yang, who was looking quite mysterious. Luo Zi responded with a sound, and then jogging over. What's wrong? Your dark circles are so heavy? Shang grumbled in annoyance. I haven't all night. Sleep. All because off Big Red, she insisted. That Silver Bell stole it Black Bear honey. Let's come together and force Yin Ling to hand it over. Who knew it wasn't that at all? Troubled us so much. Later your mail, sexually recruiting people to work. I was thinking that it will be dawn soon. Just earn some shell coins. Hearing this, Luoji smiled smugly. Her boyfriend really is smart. By the way, what is Black Bear honey? You don't know? All the honey in the Neverset Forest belongs to Theedvint's tribe, the Black Bear clan, only they are qualified to collect it, so it's called Black Bear honey. Luo Zi roughly understood. This is almost like exclusive royal supply. Like this, damn nobles monopolize. Suddenly, she remembered Xiangxian seemed to have something to say to her just now. Right. What did you just want to tell? Zhang Yang was interrupted. And forgot, then cautiously glanced around before whispering. Big Red wanted your mail to abandon you last night, said he was willing to accept her as a new male. Lok Kai couldn't help but feel inwardly. She cursed using national essence. She really never disliked a person so much before, not only wanting to harm her, but also wanting to snatch hers. Boss, if the tiger doesn't show its might, you really think she's a sick cat? Suppressing the anger, she went back inside, broke off a piece of small red sugar, and handed it to Zhang Yang. Thank you for telling me. Please have some candy. As soon as the brown sugar entered her mouth, Xiangxiang revealed a satisfied smile. Wow, Luo Zi. The food your partner found for you is so delicious. If only they could still breed, that would be good. Right, you haven't mated. Is it because he can't take it anger? Is there any crippled beast venting frustration? Luo Jizha didn't catch that for a second, staring dumbly at Zhang Xiang's with weary face. Taking air? What the hell? But then associating it with mating. His face immediately flushed red. It's clear, I don't know either. I'm going to get busy now. We'll chat when we have time. Looks like a shy ostrich has run off. Luoji. Shang couldn't help but lol. The world actually had such a shy female, but then she felt a bit of regret. The pretty little female can't have babies, doesn't even know how to get through her heat cycle, but Yin Ling won't live long anyway. In the future, one can still find another partner. However, Zhang Xiang's voice was not soft, and the beastmen around all heard it, occasionally glancing over Yin Ling. They all wanted to know how much longer she could live, and Yin Ling had naturally heard it till her complexion remained unchanged. The usual cold desert makes it hard for others to see the sorrow within, while on the other side, Luo Zi, who ran into the house, covered her burning little face. It was like a public social death. How was she to know if the boss was affected or not? Angry? Although I slept with boss for a few nights, but there was completely no chance for sex. Wait. Why? Why clap for love? I know what you're thinking. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Then slowly let out a breath. I can't think about these things anymore. I still have to. Going to the market to do business. During the meal, Lok Kai hesitated for a while, then pretended not to care very much and asked. Hyung told me last night, Da Hong asked you to bear partner. Yinling is taking a bite of candied pumpkin, although it's so delicious it makes her wag her tail in her heart. But on the surface, there was still an Asperg expression. She only wanted the candy and the beast meat. However, Qi Luoji was obviously unsatisfied with this answer. Dissatisfied, staring intently at Yinling. If not, although I don't know why the little female is so persistent about this question, but still answered seriously, I hate her. Upon hearing this, Luoji let out a soft oh. Yet the smile on her face gave hair away, as she happily passed the meat skewers to the big brother. After eating their fill, the two headed to the market, but encountered the little female I dislike, a female who once seduced the big boss by the river. Yinling, are you also going to the market? right after Honey butterflied as if she had just noticed Yun. Yao. Oh, this female you haven't mated with is here too. Luo Zi then. Knowing that nothing good comes out of her filthy mouth, it's obvious she's been eyeing the boss all along, her head filled every day with hots of applause. Hasn't even arrived yet. Before she had time to retort back at her, Yinling simply ignored her and walked toward the market without even looking back. Suddenly, a sharp, dissatisfied reproach came from the other side. Silver Bell, Houston right there for me. Midian is talking to you, can't you hear? Luoji was somewhat surprised. It was Dahong's voice. Turning around to look, it was indeed him. Bad woman. And Ynl Eng Al softeningly stopped her footsteps. I very much loathe you all, even more will not agree to your courtship, leave. Me and my female companion, keep a distance. After saying this, he pulled Luo Zi away and left. However, this made Dahong utterly furious, and this would serve as a major event later sets the stage. At this moment, Luo Zi arrived at a booth that looks very expensive. This is Luo, the sugar selling plan. Boss, look at how big your stall is. I want to rent a corner spot to sell brown sugar, just rent one. Hewer, look, how about 5 gold shells? The plump middle-aged merman had never heard of this way of speaking, but it sounds not at a loss, so they agreed. Altha Gyanling thought renting a place to sell brown sugar was indeed good. She did not understand why the young female why choose here, and this was intentionally done by Luo Zi. Brown sugar is positioned as a high-end product, and the various vendors are the best. His target customer. Lok Zi smiled and looked at the middle-aged mermaid. Uncle, I'll give you a piece to try as a sample. Thank you for being willing to rent. The place is given to us. The middle-aged merman showed some disdain, but on account of the 5-fold gold rent, he casually took the brown sugar and put it in his mouth. At first, she didn't take it seriously, but as the brown sugar entered her mouth, the expression on her face changed rapidly, from a bored and lazy fat man to a fat man full of happiness and still wanting more. And Luo Zi had been observing the middle-aged vendor. After seeing this scene, she knew he would soon come to her. Sure enough, the middle-aged merman walked over with a smile. Hello, little female, my name is Hainamai. How do you sell this brown sugar? I plan to take it all. Indeed, Merfolk born to do business. He doesn't plan to buy just 1 or 2 pieces. He wants to take it all away, to eat himself and also make a profit as a middleman. But this was not enough. What Luoji wanted was more than just this. She wants to raise the awareness of brown sugar, laying the groundwork for her subsequent mass production. So she feigned surprise, loudly said, you want to buy it all? This seasoning is much more expensive than medicine, and it can also treat female physical weakness issues. After giving birth, drinking a bit of brown sugar water will also improve health. These words indeed caught the attention of many people, who all pricked up their ears and looked over. A young vendor even walked straight over. Esteemed beautiful female, my partner always feels cold in the hands and feet. Is this really useful? Of course. Luo Zi immediately broke off a small piece and handed it to him. You can first taste it. Brown sugar can replenish blood and nourish the body. Injured, bleeding beastmen who eat it will also recover faster. The young man took the brown sugar and put it in his mouth. It melted before I could chew, opening up, clear and sweet with the caramelized aroma, leaving an endless aftertaste, and I actually felt quite a bit more refreshed. Good, I believe it. I'll buy all of these brown sugar for however many shell coins. As soon as the words fell, the middle-aged vendor from before immediately became displeased. Hayes, what do you mean? This is my business. The young merman, feeling Hainamai's displeased gaze, anxiously blurted out, my female has been sick for so long, Uncle Nimi. Please give way to me. But how could Hainemai possibly yield? His female's body is also weak. Mermen live on the sea. Females' bodies are often somewhat weakened, prone to chills. So the two began to argue, till finally a respected old fisherman stepped forward, letting each of them buy 4 pieces and leaving the rest for others. Let the other fishermen try it. Just like that, after Luo Zi sold out, he had a full 500 more shell coins in hand, while the merman in the middle was overjoyed, holding the brown sugar, planning to take it back later for his own female to try. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, stirring up a large amount of flying dust and smoke. The next moment, Hainemai suddenly flew into a rage. Which tribe's beastman dares to steal my things? I, Hainemai, will kill him. Luo Zi fearfully moved closer to the big shot side. What kind of beastman stealing things can run that fast? But Yinling frowned tightly. The merman's sense of smell is average, but she could tell what it was from the scent left in the air. At that moment, a noblewoman riding a mighty male lion slowly walked over. The tall male lion with the full mane stopped in front of Yinling, its gaze sweeping over him with disdain. The scent I smelled came from the leopard tribe, but it's not this crippled beast in front of me. Hearing this, Luo Jishirt skipped a beat. Big Red and the others are also here today. Could it be them playing tricks? At this moment, Zillion jumped off the male lion, her expression cold, as she swept a glance over Yinling and Yun Yao. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to steal goods from our Southern Jiao tribe will face the most severe punishment. The Southern Jiao tribe, as the wealthiest tribe, can hire the top bassmen to work for them, too. It was also to maintain the order off-market, and all of this seemed, for the moment, to have nothing to do with Luo Zhan the others. So they went to the market on the other side, buying half-beast human slaves. But when they returned home, they found the original's door was now open. Luo Zi hurriedly ran into the house and discovered that the originally still wet brown sugar was all gone. Silverbell, our brown sugar has been stolen. At this moment, Silverbell's ice blue pupils instantly narrowed vertically. This had touched her bottom line, and a great storm was about to arrive. Being good-looking equals being selected by males in advance, equals losing virginity that night and being forced to bear offspring. In order to change this out, Luo Zi set her sights on the legendary Big Shot who couldn't reproduce. But when the Big Shot returned to the wooden cabin, he instantly flew into a rage. Just because the little female had worked so hard to brew the brown sugar, it was actually stolen, and the scent left in the air, she knew exactly who it was from. With one sniff, this behavior seriously touched Yinling's reverse scale. He must pay Thepris with his life. The next second, Yinling instantly disappeared from the spot. A life and death storm was about to erupt. At the same time, the vast bluestone altar was knelt upon by a massive crowd of beastmen. Da Hong, who usually acts arrogantly in the tribe, was bound and kneeling like a criminal. At the very front and beside it, knelt Da Hong's beast husband, Blue Crane. They actually dared Torab the brown sugar that Luo Zi sold to the high-level tribe, and now they were being confronted at their doorstep. So you are saying the brown sugar was stolen from you by Luo Zi? Yes, noble princess, this is truly a misunderstanding. The brown sugar was stolen from the tribe by Luo Zi. We simply had no idea she sold the sugar to you, otherwise we would never have dared to rob your sugar. At this moment, Da Hong was praying in his heart that Luo Zi would not return. The robbed brown sugar had already been divided and eaten by them. The brown sugar in front was stolen by Blue Crane from Luo Zi's home, and they even falsely accused Luo Zi of stealing their brown sugar. As long as they pushed the blame onto Luo Zi, the mermaid will believe it and let them go. Hi. Nimi fiercely glared at him. Bullshit. Then how come you can't explain where the brown sugar came from? What right do we have What makes you believe, you lowly thieves?" Upon hearing this, Big Red was immediately at a loss for words. Noon had expected these merfolk to be so stubborn, even returning the Brownsugar they stole from Luo Zi's family to them. They refused to leave, insisting in waiting for Luo Zi to return and explain. Clearly, many did not know Thuhol's story behind this matter, but they all understood in their hearts that the Brownsugar belonged to Luo Zi's family, yet they could also guess that Luo Zi had sold the brown sugar to the merfolk tribe. But Blue Crane and the others were actually foolish enough to dare steal from the merfolk's hands. This was going to drag the entire tribe into misfortune. At this moment, an elder steps forward. "Honorable Princess, I am the witch Dr. Cyber of the Leopard Tribe. This sugar actually comes from deep within the never-setting sun forest, brought back with great effort by our hunting team. Originally intended as an offering to the noble Black Bear Tribe, but we also never imagined that Luo Zi, a lowly female, would dare to steal the tribe's brown sugar." With that, she turned to look at the tribe's beastmen, her gaze sharp as sheath. "Everyone here knows about this matter, right?" Zhang Jiang knelt in the farthest corner, despising such a witch doctor in her heart, feeling she was utterly unworthy of respect, telling lies herself and forcing the entire tribe to lie along. Many beastmen dared not offend her, and could only brazenly tell falsehoods. "That's right, we know. The brown sugar was brought back by the hunting team." As soon as the words fell, Zhang Jiang stepped forward. I don't know, I didn't see it." And the consequence was, she successfully earned a threatening look from the witch Dr. Cyber, but she was not afraid. Her father might not survive this winter. Precisely because of inaction. Lan Xia, on what grounds was Luo Zi called a thief? How is she supposed to go to the market in the future? If you really consider Luo Zi a friend, then tell the truth. However, Lan Zhang's thick lips only twitched a few times, but she didn't dare to make a sound. She was afraid she would be bullied to death later. Surprisingly, Yi, who was kneeling behind, disregarding her partner's expression, spoke up weakly, yet firmly. Didn't know about this matter either. On that autumn day, the hunting team didn't bring back any sugar at all. The sugar was originally Luo Zi's own. She had sworn to the beast god that she would believe in Luo Zi. Every Nebelese her only Luo Zi has ever been kind to her. The person she should be most grateful to is Luo Zi. So it seems, some know, some don't. You, as a witch priest, are quite a failure. Zi Lion mockingly swept a glance at Cyber. She had almost believed it just now. In her eyes, a beautiful female like Luo Zi really wouldn't need to resort to stealing to obtain shell gold. Thinking of this, she decided not to dawdle any longer. The Leopard Tribe's clan leader. "What do you say?" And Gu Yu, who had been silent for a long time, didn't know how to speak. What she was thinking Gabbett wasn't who was right in this matter. Right or wrong, what she thought was that the Leopard Tribe had not prospered under her leadership. Instead, today it suffered even more such humiliation. If the old clan leader were here, they absolutely wouldn't have to kneel humbly on the ground out of fear, and they could also directly deal with Big Red, who had made a mistake. Although Deer Tower and Blue Crane were not her biological descendant, they were still raised by her own hands. Grain Rain firmly believed they didn't have the guts to do something like stealing food. It must have been under Big Red's coercion and inducement. Just at this moment, a figure swift as the wind darted through the crowd and fiercely charged over. Lion Star reacted extremely quickly, thinking someone was about to attack Purple Lotus, and swooped down immediately. However, Silver Bell's target was not Purple Lotus. Just hearing a loud bang, Blue Crane, who was kneeling on the ground completely unprepared, was kicked down by Silverbell like a parabola, and blinding blood splattered. Suddenly, everyone stared at the scene in horror. Many females even screamed. What was most unexpected was that Lion Xing's, who had lunged at Silver Bell, actually ended up pouncing into empty air. Xing's eyes were alertly fixed on Silver Bell. This human-shaped beast made her sense danger. If the person he had just attacked was her female master, Purple Lotus, it was highly likely she would have met the same fate as Blue Crane now. Silver Bell, what are you doing? Have you gone mad? The clan leader, Guyu, bared her teeth and roared with fury. Blue Crane was her child, after all. Silver Bell stood in place, the ruthless color of blood blending into her cold silver eyes. She glanced at the lifeless Blue Crane. Before slowly speaking, he took advantage of my absence to intrude into my territory. Stole my food, brown sugar. I killed him. There's nothing wrong with that. Some rules are absolute. For Silver Bell, they hold an existence more important than food. Silver Bell don't understand the idiom, kill one to warn 100, but that is precisely the meaning she wants to convey. In the future, she will still need to go out to hunt. If other males dare to break into the home, then the safety of the home simply cannot be guaranteed. Her philosophy is simple. Only by establishing a powerful deterrence can she protect Luo Zi. Then you should have let me punish him. Guyu knew Silver Bell was right. She had tacitly approved of Blue Crane doing this thing. You clearly know that doing this is breaking the rules, yet you still allow Blue Crane to steal. The Panther clan, under your leadership, will only become more and more despicable. Beastmen join the tribe. Cowboys food can be obtained when going out, and the territory can be protected. If even people within the tribe violate rules and steal food from each other, then the tribe has no reason to exist. These words resonated with the beastmen present. All great tribes adhere to this absolute rule. This is also the meaning of the tribe's existence. At this moment, Waisa Sabo stood. Yin Lin, don't make excuses. You're just provoking the clan chief. The most important rule of the tribe is to obey the clan chief's orders. I demand your execution. The involved party, Hai Nini, who had her brown sugar stolen, stepped forward from the side. Beast, your meaning doesn't hold. Is the brown sugar your food? Did they enter your territory and steal it? That's right. But the brown sugar was made by my partner, himself. Luo Zi's clear and crisp voice rang out from the corner. She had been closely following Big Brother, but Yin Lin ran too fast. And when she caught up, she saw a bloody scene and almost defected. Is this really the warm men who cold squat by the river and wash her underwear? Big Brother? Although the animal world is about the survival of the fittest, seeing Big Brother's cruel side for real is still a bit frightening. Yet, she could only grit her teeth and step up. Since she chose Big Brother, then no matter what, she must do her best to help Big Brother clean up the mess. First, my partner hasn't done anything wrong. Although I don't understand why Da Hong ordered Lanhe to snatch brown sugar. It's very obvious. That brown sugar is an extremely valuable seasoning. After saying this, Luo Zi looked towards Zillion. Big sister, these are all minor matters. I truly hope to engage in substantial, long-term cooperation with your southern outskirts tribe. Luo Zi believes Zillian is a shrewd merchant. She wouldn't care about who lives or dies. What she cares about must be profit. The southern outskirts tribe's reputation and prestige are unmatched in this region. Sure enough, after understanding Luo Zi's meaning, Zillion's tense, serious expression quickly softened. So you can split this kind of brown sugar long term. 1 or 2 pieces, or even several dozen, Zillion might not take seriously, but Luo Zi's substantial quantity is enough to make her heart stir. The southern outskirts tribe also has competitors. Luo gingered the discomfort brought by her heart, held the blood-stained large hand of Yinling beside her, attempting to soothe her and prevent another outburst. Yinling's face remained cold as ever, but she silently gripped back the small, warm, soft, and boneless hand of the little female. the murderous aura radiating from her entire body, gradually subsiding. At this moment, Luo Zi smiled and looked at Zillion. Yes, and only my partner and I can produce it. Now, Lan He, who tried to snatch the goods, has been punished. As for De Hong and Luta, who ordered him, please, sister, our clan leader handle them. Facing the formidable Zillion, the neither servile nor overbearing Luo Zi truly left her stunned. A group of ORCs, but what they didn't expect was, she would actually suggest letting Gu Yu make the decision, which was undoubtedly a way to serve the clan leader's authority. After all, if Zi Lion were to carry out the punishment, it would indeed be somewhat humiliating for Thultimate tribe, the Leopard clan. At this moment, everyone looked at Luo Zi with eyes full of admiration, but only Luo Zi herself knew that she wasn't helping Gu Yu. She was taking a circuitous route to save the nation Thiswis to mitigate the consequences of the big boss going berserk and killing Blue Crane. More importantly, she wanted to protect the big boss. Perhaps it was selfish, but compared to other people's lives, the big boss who saved her from dire straits was clearly more important. If the situation turned into everyone becoming enemies with the big boss, with her meager strength, she would be completely unable to help the big boss. However, merchants value profit and can be used. The clan leader's desire for authority can be used, and everyone's respect for the clan leader's principles can also be used. Alright, this matter is concluded. I look forward to your large quantity of brown sugar. Zi Lion gave Luo Zi a calm smile. The thief is already dead, giving Luo Zi, who will cooperate long-term in the future to help her make money. Some face is not a big problem. The merfolk have been able to develop in this area long-term, relying never on brute force, but on the order and rules they have followed for years. Only at this moment did Luo Zi finally breathe a sigh of relief. She turned to the clan leader and said, "Clan leader, I leave many are responsible for Blue Crane's death, but I believe with your wisdom you will definitely be able to make the most correct decision." Gu Yu didn't expect Luo Zi, after gaining the favor of the southern suburbs tribe, would still respect him. Summok Yin Lin taking revenge on Blue Crane, according to the rules Iskrul. But this incident is undoubtedly caused by Big Red maliciously stirring up trouble. After the old chieftain died in battle, he not only failed to strengthen the tribe, but also allowed the Wu Ju clan to continuously make the tribe worse. All of this is the consequence of soft-heartedness and cowardice. Thinking of this, he straightened his back, his gaze firm. I have decided to expel Wu Yi Saboned Big Red from the tribe. Lu Ta, who was threatened by Big Red into doing wrong, will be confined in the Black Mountain Cave for 3 days. As soon as the words fell, cheers that were perhaps expected, or perhaps unexpected, suddenly erupted. Many tribal beastmen were overjoyed. It's truly because Big Red has been committing atrocities for too long. The matter can be considered settled here. On the way back, Luo Zi didn't speak, only occasionally glancing at the boss's blood-stained hand. The boss's hand is very beautiful, cold and pale, slender, with distinct knuckles, and of course, it can also easily crush Asnik's head. The bloody scene flashed through Luo Zi's mind again, making her scalp tingle with a shiver, but she still mustered the courage to take the boss's hand. Yin Lin, can I discuss something with you? Yin Lin stopped in her tracks, gazing at little female's seemingly very nervous face, and softly uttered an "No, territory is very important. But next time, could you be a little gentler? Just don't kill anyone anymore. Beating them up badly is fine too, unless that person has committed an unforgivable mistake. If the boss isn't good, she just wants the boss to come better. Who would want their boyfriend to be a murderous monster?" Seeing the little female's tender, pleading eyes like a small beast's, a faint, soft silver light suddenly rippled within Yinlin's exquisitely beautiful, bewitching pupils. Her voice tinged with a bit of warmth. Invading our territory is an unforgivable mistake. Little female, you don't have the ability to protect yourself, but I will protect you. I will never let anyone hurt you. Luoji felt her heart soften under her gaze, but she also caught the implied meaning in her words. I did it to protect you. But this method is still too extreme. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, Yinlin's long, slender eyelashes lowered, veiling the desolate color in her eyes, and she said faintly, "Am an inauspicious beastman abandoned by the beast? God, there have always been many people wanting to kill me. When I was weak, I kept hiding in different places, starving, yet I never once dared to step into others' territory to steal food. That would cost my life. The tribe should be the same way." At this moment, Luo Zi was stunned and speechless, feeling a lump in her throat. Yes, the boss wasn't born as the boss. No one knows what darkness she went through. If she had stolen from others back then, they would also be mercilessly killed. In this world that holds no kindness towards her, her request for the boss to be compassionate seems unreasonable. During dinner, Yinling, however, grew angry seemingly without reason. You can't be too good to them. Just because Luoji bought back 2 slave beastmen and gave them a lot of food. Luo Zi obediently nodded. I understand what you mean. We still don't know their personalities. We need to take it slow, but giving them more to eat will give them strength to work. Yinling still frowned. What I mean is, I don't want you to smile at them the way you smile at me. Hearing this, Luozi's small face flushed red, a hint of delight appearing in her eyes. Boss, when did you start reading domineering CEO novels? Saying something like this must mean you've fallen for me. Geez, if you've fallen for someone, just say it boldly. Beating around the bush is so boring. However, Yinling's next sentence shattered her pink fantasy. That kind of smile-like seduction. To her, the little female's warm, soft, and bright smile was seducing her. At this moment, Luo Ji's pink little face instantly fell. Seduce your sister. Damn, so annoying. So this confirms her reputation for liking to seduce, right? Fine, seduction, right? I'll seduce you right now. Suppressing her irritation, Luo Zi raised an even more brilliant smile, Harleman-shaped eyes glistening with moisture. Curving, as she leaned close to the Basan said coquettishly, "Boss, you're so good looking. People just Likato seduce you, don't they?" The next second, the world spun, everything turned upside down. Luo Zi completely cried. She didn't know how she was instantly pinned on the bed by the boss. What was even more terrifying was the boss's bewitching gaze. It didn't seem like he wanted to kill someone, but more like he wanted to devour someone. Being good-looking equals being pre-selected by males, equals losing virginity that night and being forced to bear children. To change this outcome, Luo Zi set her sights on the rumored boss who Kaltra Prapratus. After several intimate encounters with the boss, Thebus was actually forced into heat, but Luo Zi had no idea at all, and even added insult to injury by seducing the boss. Such a good person. People just Likato seduce you, don't they? But the next second, the world spun, and ring turned upside down. Luo Zi completely cried. She didn't know how she was instantly pinned on the bed by the boss. What was even more terrifying was the boss' bewitching gaze. It didn't seem like he wanted to kill someone, but more like he wanted to devour someone. At this moment, Luo Zi began to panic. "Boss, don't eat me. I was just joking." But unfortunately, playing the pity card didn't seem to work on the boss. The boss actually buried his face in her neck, his warm breath spraying on her skin. What exactly do you want to do?" Luo Zi's soft, weak voice carried a fragile sob, the blush on her face wildly spreading to her neck. It couldn't be what she was thinking, could it? She really be thinking of that? But does the boss have a beast contract? Just at this moment, Yinlin suddenly let go of her. My little female, it seems you are not in heat. His voice carried a seductive and enticing tone, as if luring her body to become even more limp. In short, it was quite wicked. And after Luo Zi heard these words, she sobered up a bit, desperately suppressing her heart that had been stirred into chaos, then gritted her teeth in anger. So, you were messing around just to check if I was in heat. I'm not a beast. What heat would I be in? Do you even understand the heart of a loyal face lover? At this moment, Luo Zi let out a soft, low growl with no intimidation. I tell you, I have never tried to seduce you, nor have I lusted after your body. Just think you are very good looking. However, when she said this, she felt somewhat guilty. How could she not lust? The big boss's appearance completely matched her aesthetic, and there were those well-defined lines of the Adonis belt, but she didn't want the big boss to think she was really a pervert. At this moment, whether she was truly angry or annoyed that the big boss didn't continue, Luo Zi instinctively wanted to reach out and push Yinlin away, but unexpectedly, not only did she fail to push him away, she was instead pulled into the big boss's embrace. At this moment, Yinlin's slender, pale fingers combed through her jet black hair, softly coaxing in a low voice. I know, the little female didn't mean to. Don't be angry. Luo Zi, who originally wanted to resist a bit, was now completely mesmerized into an idiot. This is. Can the boss's sharp tongue we actually say such words? But she really couldn't hold on anymore, controllably about to yield. She was going crazy. What exactly does boss want to express? Aren't beastmen supposed to be very direct? Yet, at this moment, Yinlin only felt a surge of temperature scorching her, a familiar sense of weakness washing over her. Her body felt as if being burned by raging flames, the pain unbearable. Suddenly, Yinlin, cupping Luo Zi's head, forced her to tilt it back. Then their lips met, and in an instant, Luo Zi felt as if she had fallen into a kaleidoscopic dream. Everything seemed dizzying and bewildering. Does the boss want to get frisky? However, this intimacy did not last for long. An inexplicable electric current made Luo Zi unable to hold back a shameful moan. That seductive sound made Yinlin's body stiffen, his mouth's movement suddenly stopped, his breath ragged as he hoarsely spoke. Don't move. Luo Zi, blushing, panting, gradually regained her senses. When did I move? From start to finish, you're the one stirring things up, okay? Luo Zi glared angrily at Yinlin. So your action just now were seducing me. I'm the one being forced. He deliberately said this, intending to give him a taste of high-sound medicine, to see what he would say. At this moment, Yinlin's brow slightly furrowed. Several beads of crystal sweat slid down his sharp jawline. I was in a lot of pain just now. Holding you eases the pain. Luo Zi looked him up and down. He glanced at him, seemingly pondering the truth in his words. Are you serious? Hearing this, Yinlin's expression turned slightly solemn as he nodded. He nodded. He had just caught a whiff of a strange, fragrant scent, and immediately realized he was on the verge of going into heat from the little female rubbing against him. But Luo Zi still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, and instead wrapped her arms back around Yinlin's sturdy waist. How about you give me a kiss as compensation? For me. Luo Zi's delicate, flushed little face wore a playful smile, waiting for a kiss from her handsome boyfriend. What's wrong with us girls being a bit frisky? However, Yinlin shook his head, removing Luo Zi's arms from around his waist. No, I need to go take a shower. Then he left, leaving Luo Zi behind, furious and frantic. You heartless loot gobbling. You take advantage, and then don't want to take responsibility, just pat your butt and run away. That it? Yinlin, you bastard scumbag, teasing. And then running off halfway. Do you even have a dick? You fickle leopard, You're not a man, I'm Songri. Luo Zi was now curled up on the bed, cursing while whimpering softly, crying pitifully. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yinlin fled like an escape from that room filled with the scent of a female. Heck knew he had gone into heat because of the little female, completely control, seduced by her. Yinlin leaned against a large tree, breathing quietly. The intense feeling of helplessness just now made him realize that merely eating the meat off fierce beasts was not enough to sustain his needs. He sought energy. He needed more beast cores and beast blood. When Yinlin returned to the room, covered in a mist of water vapor, he found the little female seemed to have fallen asleep, exhausted. Her thick, dark eyelashes still hung with teardrops, as if she had been thoroughly worn out and also thoroughly angered. But in reality, Luo Ji was too furious to sleep at all. This grievance she absolutely could not swallow, staying up late waiting for this heartless leopard to return. Yinlin had just climbed onto the bed and lay down, facing Luo Zi, his ice blue tail instinctively leading to hook and nuzzle the little female. But Luo Zi was quicker, pretending to turn over and bumping into the boss's firm, solid chest, her hand brazenly resting on the boss's sexy waist. This caught Yinlin completely off guard, but he didn't resist either, quickly gathering the petite little female into his arms. Luo Zi, with her eyes closed, curled a triumphant smile, thinking smugly, "You little thing, letting me hug is useless. Didn't I hug you anyway? Hee. Wait till you fall asleep. I'll kiss you, make Yauk know that avoiding doesn't solve any problems. This kiss, I'm determined to get." However, not every plan succeeds. Luo Zi didn't manage to stay awake until the boss fell asleep. Instead, under the padding off boss's tail, she couldn't hold out. First, when she woke up, where was there any trace of the boss? On the bed, waking up alone to an empty room again. Damn it. After asking the slave beastman you they bought, she found out that this heartless leopard had Bulong went out to hunt. Luo Zi's adorable cheeks puffed up with anger, planning to deal with the heartless leopard when he returned. This kiss must happen, whether he wants to or not. And today Luo Zi had her own plan. She wanted to Fin Xiangxiang to go with her to the tribe to buy sugarcane, so that wench and the big boss returned from fishing, they could boil brown sugar. Hearing Luo Zi's request, Zhang Yang was very willing to help. Luo Zi, you wait here, I'll call everyone over. It's easier to talk together. Watching Zhang Yang diligently calling out and looking for people for Luo Zi truly felt that Zhang Yang was quite a good friend, considered her first friend in the beast world. Suddenly, a gentle, magnetic voice sounded from behind. "Beautiful little female, I have 2 fruits here to give you to eat." Luo Zi was startled, turning her head to look at this handsome man who seemed somewhat familiar, named Wang Xin, who had previously plotted with Lan He to harm the big boss, the bad guy. Luo Zi frowned, taking a step back, and coldly refused. "No need, I won't eat." Wang Xin greedily gazed at Luo Zi's tender, white, slender neck, where lingering ambiguous kiss marks were still clearly visible, and she carried an extremely faint, alluring scent. "Little female, really like you. You're in heat, yet haven't mated with Yinlin. You can't consider mating with me." Wang Xin guessed that Yinlin simply couldn't mate, not even with the little female. Even in heat, it cannot be satisfied. Perhaps the little female is very eager to mate with the beastman, who knows? Thinking off this, Wan Xin took a step closer to Luo Zi. "If you can't bear to part with Yinlin, I can also be your second beastman, taking care of you together with Yinlin." Hearing this sudden confession, Luo Zi's heart remained completely unmoved, even expressing ahead. If she hadn't met the big boss before, she might have thought Wan Xin, with his male model aura, was quite handsome. But But now her heartless leopard is the real Yids. Others are just lusting after his body, not to mention Wan Xin is still a wolf in sheep's clothing, a vicious man. So Luo Zi didn't hesitate to refuse. I don't lick you. Please stay away from me. Otherwise, my partner will be very angry. Clearly, Yin Lin's prestige here is very strong, especially after killing Lan He. Hearing Yin Lin's name, Wan Xin took a big step back, not daring to get any closer to Luo Zi. Just then, Shang Sheng came over with a group of females and advised Luo Zi. Actually, you could consider Wan Jinan and Yang Guan. They are two of the strongest beastmen in our tribe. Shang Sheng heard Luo Zi's cold refusal and couldn't help but speak up for Wan Xin. She genuinely wanted to help Luo Zi. After all, Yin Lin wouldn't live long. But Luo Zi only liked around cold, aloof big boss, so she laughingly brushed it off, then looked towards the side. A group of females. I want to buy sweetroot trees. If they're for sale, you can deliver them directly to my house. I'll take any amount. Hearing this, the female beast folk were quite delighted. This is easy money. They don't really eat sweetroot trees. And there are many near the river channels. So many females. Each gave Luo Zi a quick greeting, racing towards the river bank faster than the last. After all, getting there first means finding more. Seeing things settled smoothly, Luo Zi was in a pleasant mood, turned around and said to Zhang Yang, seriously, Zhang Yang, thank you. I'm heading back first, and no need to introduce any males to me in the future. My only partner is Yin Lin. Hearing this, Zhang Yang stared blankly at Luo Zi and nodded with an apologetic look. What she said earlier was truly well-intentioned, and not meant maliciously. Wan Zinnerby gazed reluctantly at Luo Zi's retreating figure. Zhang Yang, Yinlin will die in winter, right? Only if he dies, do sunshine and I have a chance. However, Zhang Yang just sighed, said, you'd better look for another female. Luo Zi's liking is quite different from other beast folks, maybe even if she dies, you still won't have a chance. At this moment, walking on the road, Luo Zi, who was above, didn't care about these things. She just suddenly realized one thing: Yin Liniver seemed to have pitched a little tent last night. Seems not, even when intimately holding him like that, he didn't. So there's only one answer: big. The guy might really have no dick. Suddenly, she remembered the boss turning and walking away last night. Perhaps the boss appears cold and aloof on the surface, but inside he is extremely insecure. And the reason the boss is afraid of being seduced is because he simply can't perform. All of this seems to make sense now. Oh well, what's the big deal? Platonic love is quite nice too, as long as the boss lets her hug and kiss. Not being able to do that thing is also not a big deal. Tonight, when the boss returns, she must properly comfort him. Thinking this, Luo Zi's steps became much lighter, determined to go home and make a few more good dishes to wait for the boss's return. As the evening sunset, Yin Lin finally slowly walked into the house, and upon seeing this eternally unchanging, icy handsome face, Luo Zi, a joyfully fluttering beautiful butterfly, straight up threw herself into the boss's arms. Going out hunting is always dangerous. Every time she was still full of worry in her heart. Seeing this reassuring figure, Luo Zi bloomed a sweet, warm smile. Yin Lin, you're back. I've made the food. And the moment Yin Lin washed by her, his spine went numb. He gazed at that adorable little face, and from his nasal cavity came a muffled sound. This sound was somewhat up and sexy. He believed the little female wasn't intentionalizing him, but the fact that he was now strongly seduced was also true. Suddenly, Luo Zi felt a sticky sensation come from her fingertips, and she withdrew her hand. Look, there's actually bloodstains. Are you injured? Was the hunt for The fierce beast unsuccessful? Let me see. Quickly. At this moment, Luo Zi noticed that the big boss hadn't brought any prey back. With the big boss's ability, only a formidable dinosaur could harm him. Yes, the prey wasn't brought back. Although that's what he said, the expression on Yin Lin's face didn't show disappointment or regret. The little female's anxious little face made him feel very warm. Today, he went to a distant forest to hunt a blade beast. He needed the beast's core to resist the little femila's seduction and to extend his lifespan. Originally, he had already hunted a large blade beast, but while extracting the core, he was ambushed by a rampage beast, and Yin Lin precedentedly chose to avoid the fight, abandoning blade beast's corpse, only digging out the beast core from its heart. In the past, Yin Lin would never easily give up his prey, but he is not alone anymore. Someone is waiting for him Athom, and he didn't want to take risks. Now, seeing the wound on his back, the little female's small mouth tightened and her beautiful, big eyes turned red. Does it hurt? Is the wound poisoned? We have plenty of food at home. Don't go out hunting anymore, it's so dangerous. It doesn't hurt, and the rampage beast isn't poisonous. Yin Lin replied in an unusually low and gentle voice, then scooped up the little female, carrying her lightly toward the inner room. Even though the hunt failed and he couldn't bring prey home, even though Ming is an incompetent thing, but his little female seems to only care about his injuries, which makes his heart almost melt. In order to nourish the big boss, Luo Zi started frantically feeding him during dinner. However, Yin Lin's attention wasn't here, his handsome face staring straight at her. Did you meet another male today? Hearing this, Luo Ji was stunned. Could he have smelled evening star scent? Big boss Hasa dog's nose, huh? During the day, Evening Star just patted his shoulder, that's all. Then Luo Zi mischievously propping her chin. Dat Yin Lin, if I had met someone, would you get jealous? Jealous? Yin Lin's handsome, chiseled face showed a slight frown. Ash looked at the little female, puzzled. Being jealous means feeling unhappy inside, wanting to hit someone, and wanting to be angry with me, but not really willing to be angry with me, that kind of feeling. At this moment, Luo Ji's lively little face sparkled with excitement. But Yin Lin's words suddenly extinguished the blazing fire of love she had been eagerly anticipating. I won't hit anyone, and I won't get angry with you. Yin Lin felt he wasn't the type to get angry and hit someone just because the little female was glanced at by someone. Besides, he knew the little female hadn't had any intimate contact with other males. You're lying, you would get jealous. You like me, but you won't admit it. Luo Zi's beautiful eyes, filled with shy annoyance, pointed at Yin Lin to accuse and express dissatisfaction. Anyway, she absolutely wouldn't believe that the big boss doesn't like her. Kiss. She holds her, but doesn't like her. Where, you trying to fool? Clearly, it's an inferiority complex at play, yet Yinlin was caught off guard by the little female's sudden outburst of temper, staring at Luozi with innocent, bewildered eyes. Seeing this, Luozi's anger immediately subsided quite a bit. With a flushed face, she sincerely said, listen to me, I already know you don't behave that, and I truly don't mind. It's okay if we can't mate in future, I don't need that either. If you like me, you can just say it directly, no need to feel inferior, sad, or suppress yourself. Really, I'm not lying to you. Yinlin understood this speech, and a mischievous curve inexplicably lifted the corners of his lips. The little female's straightforwards and her shy appearance made his heart flutter with delight, and he couldn't hold back a single bit. His slender, straight hand cast Luozi's delicate face, and he whispered seductively, I know Javiet, we can mate in the future. His low, enchanting voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding right beside Luozi's ear. At that moment, Luozi was so embarrassed she didn't even dare to lift her head. What kind of nonsense had she just spouted? The next second, Luozi covered her burning face and sprinted toward the riverbank. Ah? Even if you can't mate, it's fine, you can just say it if you like me. What kind of indecent talk had she said? She was only trying to comfort the boss, that's all. If what she said were true, it might have been okay, but no. How is she supposed to face him? Boss. And Yinlin didn't expect the little female's reaction to be so intense, although she is somewhat different from other males, but she had clearly bumped into it before. How could she think he didn't have one? Not knowing how much time had passed, Luozi was still squatting by the river, splashing her burning cheeks with feckled river water. She wished she could dig a hole right there and crawl in. Suddenly, a cool, clear voice sounded from behind her. What are you doing? Startled, Luozi nervously stood up. Onlito slipped underfoot, her eyes watching as she was about to fall backward into the water. At the critical moment, Yinlin stepped forward first, steadily catching the little female who had closed her eyes tight. Although he caught Luozi, he still frowned. Any beastman female would be obliged to turn around when falling. Even if they ended up bruised and battered, they would not let the back of their head hit the ground. He discovered the little female had no ability whatsoever to protect herself. You are too weak, you should stay home tomorrow. Although she didn't know why the boss suddenly changed his mind. How could she not go out? This was related to her system's evolution. So, she decisively shook her head, with a rather spoiled air, making a fuss in Yinlin's arms. No, you can't go back on your word, I must go. Butinlin seemed somewhat unmoved. Although unclear why she was so determined to go to the forest, he really didn't plan to take her out. At this moment, Luozi was somewhat. I'm anxious. I don't care. You can't sneak away tomorrow. Otherwise, As she said this, tears glistened in her eyes. Otherwise, I'll go find you. I'll find you alone. What? If I get eaten by a beast on the way? But how could Yinlin possibly believe her? He's so smart, so afraid of males. How could he possibly run out of the tribe alone? Suddenly, Luozi gritted her teeth, deciding to go all in. She wrapped her arms around the boss's neck. But what if I miss you? What if I miss you so much I can't sleep? I don't care. I just have to follow you. Normally, saying such things would make one blush, but Luozi was too anxious. So she really didn't blush. A pair of bright big eyes filled with adorable yet fierce determination, trying to be charming, persistently charming. Watching the boss's cold face get closer and closer, until the tip of her nose bumped into his. At this moment, Luozi shyly closed her eyes, a sweet smile curling at the corner of her mouth. She didn't want to be so seductive either. But isn't this like an arrow on the bowstring? To go out with the boss, what's sacrificing a little allure? But 1 second, 2 seconds, Luozi, opening her eyes, found that the boss's previously relaxed and gentle round pupils had now narrowed into dangerous, cold slits. What's wrong? Did someone come? Luozi realized. The boss might have sensed something. Moxie of the snake tribe. Honey butterflies mate, has co-made our tribe. Yinlin spat out coldly. Speak these words. The tone carries a thick sense of disgust. This makes Luozi somewhat unable to understand. Do you know him? Have you fought with him? Mi Dai isn't from their tribe. Why does she have such strong opinions about her, mate? He's very strong. I'm going to the chief's place to have a look. Something must have happened. I want to go too. Wait for me. Luozi is in actuality curious about the powerful Mo Shi, mainly because Mi Dai has ill intentions towards the big shot. She's worried something might go wrong. Just arriving at the scene opposite Yinlin, suddenly paired a person whose gender was indistinguishable. Your mate is, indeed, an excessively beautiful little female. Wonder you couldn't Take a liking to my Medai. The man spoke as if he couldn't open his mouth properly, his voice carrying an extra welcoming, soft, and dangerous feeling like a gaudy, flamboyant, venomous snake. However, Luo Zi really hit the nail on the head. The next second, the man revealed a wicked, charming smile towards her, and a forked snake's tongue emerged from his mouth. Luo Zi felt a chill down her spine. Instinctively, Kung Yinlin's closed tightly. She really hates snakes. Yet beside her, Yang Shang and many other females gazed adoringly at Mo Zi's extremely delicate, feminine face, as if deeply enchanted. Masculine males are far too common, while Mo Shi's charming, soft appearance is quite rare. This is also why, both being disabled beastmen, Yin Lin has always been without reason, while Mo Zikan garnered the favor of many females. Your little femalize shy of me. Moxie curled his bewitching red lips, hispich black pupils, tinged with a self-satisfied gleam. Yinling glanced at him disdainfully. Stay away. My mate doesn't want to see you. Not a confident affirmative, but a cold, commanding affirmative sentence. This expression and action of the little female were very familiar to her. Identical to fear she showed last time by the river when she saw the snake. Just at that moment, the clan leader called Yinling away. It was about the aftermath of driving Da Hong away, and this time fishing, they might encounter them. Yinling patted Luo Zi's head. Be good. Wait here for me to return. Except for the witch doctor, females were not allowed to participate in tribal discussions. Hearing this, Lu Zi obediently nodded. Joking, could she not be good? She was counting on the big shot to take her out. Seeing how well behaved she was, after Yinling left, Moxie looked at Luo Zi with a grin. Beautiful little femme, my relationship with your mate is very good. We are good friends. At this moment, Moxie's tone of speech and posture reminded one of a villain who abducts children. The police uncle said, when you see this kind of person, don't engage. Luo Zi now wanted to go back first, and seeing the look of disgust on Luo Zi's face, Moxie slightly furrowed his dark, long eyebrows, never thinking he would be despised and looked down upon by Yinling's little female. However, before Luo Zi had even walked out of the tribal entrance, she saw someone standing under the tree. A tall and slender figure. She gulped, stared intently for a moment, and the man's pale, pointed face suddenly appeared. Luo Zi inwardly cursed. How did this thing follow her here? This night road instantly became terrifying. In the darkness, Moses stepped towards Luo Zi. Well, female, Yin Lin and I really are friends, so you don't need to fear me. After speaking, he dangerously flicked his forked tongue. This scene fell into Luo Zi's eyes, as if she saw a bloody ghost walking towards her. Her pupils contracted suddenly, and the next second, Luo Zi fled backwards with it, looking back. Ah, boss save me. Woo! Yinlin save me. Moses stood stunned in place. Was he really that terrifying? He's clearly beautiful. Yinlin had just come out of the clan leader's house when heard the little female screaming in the distance. Then he rushed towards that direction of the sound like a raging gust of wind. When he finally held the little female in his arms, Luo Zi clung to his chest licking an octopus, sobbing loudly. That snake was too scary. It was going to eat me. It scared me to death. Woo. The thin, grieved crying sound actually caused a flicker of panic and fluster in Yin Lin's cool eyes, and he could only gently pat her back. At this moment, Mo Shi stood innocently in place. He hadn't even tooked a single strand of the little female's hair, nor did he belly of Lu Zi truly thought he was ugly. Horrifying, Moxie walked toward ceiling and spoke somewhat awkwardly. Your female might have a problem with her eyes and needs treatment. Get lost. Don't come near my partner again, or I'll beat you to death. She was serious. Look at you. Why so fierce? I didn't scare your little female, she ran off on her own. I even told her we're actually good friends. Then he pulled a yellow beast crystal from his pocket. He thought Yinling would accept Itand, then let go of this trivial matter, since he hadn't actually harmed her little female. However, Yinling didn't even look at him, her face cold, as she held the softly Sabinglawazi and brushed past him. Yinling, you, in an instant, Masi's pale face turned green with anger. His eyes so fierce, he seemed ready to rush forward and tear Yinling's flesh with his teeth. Then, as if possessed, he began jumping and cursing wildly, with no regard for his image. Damn you, Yinling! I won't forgive you easily. Just you wait. After returning home, Yinling looked apologically at Luoji. Well, female, if I had known you'd be so afraid of Masi, I wouldn't have left you. It's not your fault, he just looks terrifying. Wah, I'm most afraid of snakes. Actually, Luoji had been very scared, but after being held by the big shot, she felt much better. It's just that now she absolutely had to cling to the big shot. Luoji sniffled, voice soft and tender, open mouth. So I can't leave you. When you go fishing, take me along, okay? Okay? Looking at this stubborn and cute little face of the little female, Lin still didn't want her to take Tharist. I'll try my best to return within 3 days. Luozi knew the big shot wasn't swayed by soft tactics. Then she could only use hard ones. After all, back then it was by relying on thick skin and being strong and proactive that she got the big shot to take her home. I don't care, you are my mate. You can't not take me. Luozi puffed up her cheeks looking at Yin Lin. The next second, she simply went all out and blockhead the big shot's mouth. Didn't the novel say, there's no problem that can't be solved with a kiss? If there is, then try a French deep throat kiss. Not knowing how much time had passed, Luozi, still in a daze, didn't forget her original intention, softly threatening, you don't agree with me, keep kissing you. Yin Lin silver white, smooth jade-like cheeks, flushed with a light, soft red hue. My little female, I'm in heat for you. So I want more seduction, and more kisses. And being a looks-obsessed person, Luozi herself had been coveting the big shot for a long time. So how could she let goof such a good opportunity? Thus lips met, launching a more fierce round of attack. The air filled with a pinkora. It seemed like a century had passed. Luozi spoke with satisfaction. Few agree. Take me with you, and I'll give you kisses every day. Kisses for a very long time. Although using her beauty to coax the big boss was obviously somewhat immoral, it could both satisfy her desire to kiss and achieve the goal of going out. Most beastmen still retain their beastly nature, and desires won't subside if not vented, so Yinling eagerly wanted to continue seducing, and moreover she extremely enjoyed Luozi's kisses. Then Shedatingly rubbed Luozi's head, softly grunting in agreement, thus agreeing to it. She really liked her little female. The next day, under the lead of the clan leader Guyu, everyone set off towards the sunless forest. Along the way, Luzi obediently followed by Yinling's side, her delicate little face radiant with joy, her whole person seeming to glow. Although Luoji remained quiet, her happy mood still infected the team, who could dress as a cute, well-behaved little fairy. However, only one person had a gloomy face. Yinling, what exactly did you mean last night? We are all disabled beastmen. Wouldn't it be good to be friends? We could cooperate to survive the winter. Last night Asidant made him too angry to let it go. But after thinking about it, he realized he couldn't beat Yinling, which made him even angrier. However, Yinling didn't even look at him, coldly saying, we can cooperate, but I didn't need friends. Also, my partner doesn't like you. Luozi gloomily glanced at Luoji. At first glance, he originally thought Luozi was really pretty, but now, he doesn't find her good looking anymore. and her eyes are also very poor. At this moment, Mo Xi's soft, feminine voice carried a hint of sullen grievance. She doesn't like me, so you have to dislike me? You dislike me. So why did you save me back then? I have never pestered you. You were afraid the golden leopard tribe would trouble for the flower leopard tribe, so I found a way to help you gather information. Doesn't that make us friends? If the disabled beast Mo Xi had someone in this world he cared about most, it will undoubtedly be Yin Lin. He was a disabled beastkin even more wretched than Yin Lin. In the cold-blooded snake tribe, a disabled beast like him would be directly eaten. Mo Xi never had a fixed residence growing up, spending years in the forest hiding east and west, suffering from hunger and cold. If it weren't for Yin Lin, who encountered him while hunting in the forest in early years and would deliberately leave some food behind, he might have died long ago. At this moment, Yin Ling's handsome, stern expression softened a bit. Stay away from my mate, and I'll be willing to cooperate with you. Hearing this, Mo Xi directly rolled his eyes, his androgynous face full of speechlessness. This heartless guy simply wasn't listening to him. Your female thinks I'm ugly, that's just poor eyesight. Do you know how popular I am among the females in the golden leopard tribe? I could have as many mates as I want. However, Yin Lin remained vigilant. His ears twitched, hearing some movement, and he walked straight towards the little female who was fiddling with something unknown. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and in the distance, a pack of wolves came galloping down from the steep mountains, frightening some low-level animals into screaming and fleeing. The clan leader, Guyu, had a heavy gaze. The wolf clan is deliberately causing trouble for us. We need to hurry too, lest a pack of fierce beasts arrives. Meanwhile, Yinling sensed a problem. The ground shaking just now was too strong and would make the constrictor snakes mistakenly think a pack of fierce beasts was coming to seize their territory. Immediately, Yinling, holding Luo Zi, leaped onto a tree. The clan leader and the others are blocked. You wait here. For me, Luo Zi was scared inside, but this height was still safe for now, and Shekel didn't hold the expert back, so she obediently nodded. Not long after Yinling left, an unexpected person appeared before Luo Zi. How are you? Here? Where's Yinling? Luo didn't want to talk to him, and pointed downwards with her finger. Seeing that the little female was alone, here trace of jealousy appeared on Moxie's delicate, feminine face. It's too dangerous for you to be alone here. Let me take you down. After saying this, he reached to grab Luo Zi's arm. Luo Zi quickly crossed her arms in a gesture of refusal. Yinling told me to wait for her. Here, it's safe here. Safe my ass. Yinling only has better ears and nose than me. Here. Unsafe. You come down with me. Mo Xi didn't lie to her about this matter. He is a cold-blooded snake, more sensitive to danger. I don't need to. Luo Zi. How could she dare to listen to him? Can a scumbag's words be trusted? Mo Xi impatiently grabbed at the leaves on the nearby tree, and a snake disguised as a green leaf was seized in his hand, wildly twisting and struggling incessantly. At this moment, Mo Xi's expression was unusually serious. This snake is in a false sleep. Unless it moves, even Yin Lin wouldn't detect it. A weak female like you could easily be bitten by it. You are Yinlin's partner. If you die, Yin Ling would be sad. So come with me to find Yin Lin. Seeing that Mo Xi didn't seem to be joking at all, after hesitating for a moment, Luo Zi nodded. Upon seeing Luo Zi nod, swift, sinister calculation blazed in Mo Xi's eyes. Actually, this kind of small snake couldn't swallow a beastman at all. It's very timid. After all, Yin Lin would absolutely not leave her in a dangerous place. She just wanted to scare the little female, and incidentally see if she was truly afraid of snakes, which relates to her subsequent plan. She had to let Luo Zi know that she and Yin Lin are equally powerful disabled beastmen. After she learned that Yin Lin had a partner, she pondered that if Yin Lin's partner could also accept her, it might be a good thing. And Luo Ji had just been brought to the cliff. Under the cliff, she saw the clan leader Guyu being struck by the giant crocodile's tail, heavily crashing into the large tree in front of her. Luo Zi's heart was. I was so scared that my heart skipped a beat, but I couldn't care about anything else, and hurriedly rushed forward. Clan leader, don't move yet, let me help you stop the bleeding first. After saying this, I turned around and shouted at Moxie, who was still leisurely enjoying the sight of Yin Lin fighting, "Come over here quickly and save someone." Upon hearing this, Moxie impatiently furrowed his brow. No female had ever been able to order him around. But who made him Yin Lin's female mate? How can I save him? I'm not a witch doctor. What can I do? There's no snake vine grass here either. He really didn't want to get involved. And what he said was also the truth. When males get injured outside, it's a matter of life and death. If it were Yin Lin, he might still make a trip to help find the snake vine grass to stop the bleeding. No time to argue with him. Luo Zi tore off the animal hide clothing on her body, took out the ointment that could quickly stop the bleeding from her person, then firmly bandaged Yu's injured leg. Her movements were very fast, succeeding in stopping the bleeding in less than 2 minutes. Alright, there shouldn't be any life-threatening danger now. But Guyu at this moment was already stunned. It was actually this quick to stop his bleeding. Are you a witch doctor? I am not, I just know some common sense. Although she wasn't a veterinarian, she still knew how to stop bleeding. As soon as Luo Zi finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly brushed past her ear. Mo Shi was punched by the charging Yin Lin against a tree. I said, stay away from my mate. Yin Lin tightly gripped Mo Shi's slender, pale neck, his aura icy all around. Yin Lin, don't. I was the one who came down with him. Luo Zi, afraid the big boss would kill again, hurriedly ran over to pull the big boss arm. The cold fierceness in Yin Lin's eyes did not disappear because of Luo Zi's explanation, but he spared Mo Shi's life, turning to the crowd and saying coldly, leave immediately. The clan leader Guyu, who had stood up again, also loudly shouted, forget about the food. Listen to Yin Lin. Let's go quickly. Mo Shi, who had now regained his senses, actually cursed and lunged at Yin Lin. You actually ambushed me. However, Yin Lin swiftly dodged. Relatively speaking, a leopard's speed is indeed much faster than a snake's. For the sake of a female, you actually want to kill me. And here I was, thinking of protecting our female together with you in the future. At this moment, Luo Zi, in the midst of fright, wore a look of bewilderment. Our female. What does this mean? The girl had set her sights on the rumored infertile big shot, never expecting Somin would compete with her for him, but he clearly's a male. When Mo Shi brought Luo Zi to the hunting scene, he was punched by Yin Lin, sending him crashing into a large tree. Immediately, Yin Lin tightly gripped Mo Shi's slender, pale neck, his aura icy cold all around. I told you, stay away from my partner. Yin Lin, don't. It was me who wanted to come with him. Luo Zi, afraid the big shot would kill again, hurried over to pull on the big shot's arm. The cold severity in Yin Lin's eyes did not disappear because of Luo Zi's explanation. Youth spared Mo Shi's life. Now, having regained his senses, Mo Zi cursed and lunged at Yin Lin. You actually ambushed me. However, Yin Lin swiftly dodged. Relatively speaking, a leopard's speed is indeed much faster than a snake's. For the sake of a female, you actually want to kill me. And here I was thinking of protecting our female together with you in the future. At this moment, Luo Zi, in the midst of fright, wore a look of bewilderment. Our female. What does this mean? Hearing these words, Yin Lin sharply gazed at Mo Shi, killing intent spreading in his eyes. afraid that Yin Lin would go on a rampage and kill Luo Ji quickly blocked his path. Yin Lin, hurry up and leave. This place is dangerous. Only now did Luo Ji realize belatedly, from the first time he met Moxie, he had been repeating. He and the boss are good friends. Perhaps he is not a bad person. He might genuinely care about Yin Lin. Yin Lin glanced at the little female who was pulling him, his anger undiminished, but reason still present, then pushed Moxie away, his eyes devoid of any warmth, coldly saying, "Mate willingly have one male, do not try to provoke me again." Hearing this, Moxie's eyes welled up with a red mist, fine glimmers of moisture flickering in his dark red pupils, his pale hand covering his sicking chest. He roared at Yin Lin. "Yin Lin, you are too much. I will provoke you. You might as well kill me right now." Logically, such a scene should be serious, but Moxie's appearance is ambiguously gendered, paired with a wronged, little wife-like demeanor, giving Luo Ji the feeling that she had stolen Moxie's boyfriend. Now, Moxie spoke again. "You knew all along that Luo Ji is a witch doctor with heritage, right? She is more beautiful than any other female. She will become the second noble witch doctor, and then there will be plenty of males challenging you." Saying this, Mox looked at Yin Lin's cold, stern. "I just wanted to cooperate with you to capture the fierce beast, to help you take care of the little female together, but other males will want your life to snatch away your little female. Sex, can't you tell good from bad?" At this moment, Yin Lin turned and hugged the delicate, soft Luo Ji, then said calmly and casually towards King Moxie, with agitated emotions, left bend a sentence, "I don't need it." Although his voice was very soft and light, a momentary flicker in his gaze still betrayed the unease and fear in his heart. Suddenly, Moxie half kneeled on the ground, clutching his chest with a pained expression. It seems Yin Lin's punch really wasn't light. Looking at Moxie now, Luo Ji was even a bit confused. Could it be that he likes the boss? As for the possibility that her love rival might be a boy, Luo Ji expressed that if it weren't her own boyfriend, she would be quite willing to ship them. Recalling the boss's disgust last night when sensing Moxie's presence, Yin Lin might have had some inkling. Looking at Yin Lin's expression now, the handsome face, cold as ice, the gaze sharp with the cold and fierce aura, Luo Ji quickly pulled. As the boss left, she was afraid the boss would explode and kill Moshe. At a small riverbank, Luo Ji cautiously probed, "You are still angry? Are you angry at Moshe, or at me? Or is it what Moshe said at Thien that made you angry?" However, Yin Lin did not answer, but instead asked with a suppressed calm tone, "Why did you follow Moshe down?" He said, "There was danger above, and Hecate a disguised snake, saying, 'Your vigilance is lacking.'" At this point, Luo Ji suddenly sensed something was off. Putting it this way, didn't it mean that between trusting the boss and trusting Mish, he had chosen to trust Moshe? Realizing her mistake, Luo Ji immediately changed her tone, grabbing Yin Lin's arm and speaking coquettishly, "I was just afraid you'd be in danger. I was worried about you. Don't be angry." Luo Ji might not be good at other things, but her skill in coaxing the big bossies absolutely top-notch. Sure enough, this move worked on the big boss. The extreme cold frozen in Yin Lin's eyes slowly thawed, and now Luo Ji pressed her advantage, throwing herself into his arms. "Yin Lin, I like you the most. I trust you the most. Please don't be angry with me." Looking at the little female, Yin Lin couldn't help but reach out to stroke her adorable little face, stiffened instantly by his soft, glutinous murmur of, "like." What was even more fatal was that Luo Ji unexpectedly pecked the big boss's lips. Still angry after the kiss, the one who was angry, "I see you again." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, The scene. Aren't you afraid of danger mating here? Me dies. Voice came from afar. Yinlin usually disdained to me die, but now he looked disdainfully at Thepperson who had disturbed his good. Angry said, somewhat discontentedly, a weak beastman, naturally, fears danger. Yet Honey Butterfly didn't seem angry at all. Annoyed, staring straight at Yinlin. So can I join? And then, she, whose expression had softened considerably, jumped down from the tree. In that case, I'd like to join too. He didn't know how long he had been watching from the tree. Originally, he didn't understand Yinlin. Why do you like this little female sumac? Just now, he seemed to understand. A bit. The little female would kiss him when aroused, and would coquettishly say that he is her favorite, but to him, whether it's Honey Butterfly or any other female, special beast bond, deliberately avoiding his equally disabled lips, he began to envy Yinlin, and at this moment, Luo Zi was about to be furious. How could there be such shameless people? Let's go. Ignore these two perverts. Yinlin indeed had no intention of paying them any attention. Lowering his head to place a light kiss on her forehead, his voice deep and gentle. Let's go meet with the clan leader. Luo Zi's mood instantly improved. Kissing really does make people feel better. Look at her big boss, usually cold and aloof, but soft and tender after a kiss. Thinking of this, Luo Zi happily wrapped her arms around the boss's fair, jade-like neck, planted a smacking kiss, a satisfied smile spreading across her little face. Yinlin looked into the little femmale's pure, clear eyes, and he felt that Luo Zi wasn't craving mating, but was expressing her fondness for him through kisses. Yinlin, however, was now deeply aroused. Lowering his head to affectionately nuzzles her nose, his voice low and husky. With desire, be good, don't fuss. Luo indicated she didn't want to fuss either. But with your forbidden icy face paired with this restrained, hoarse voice, as a looks-obsessed person, it's hard for her not to feel an itch. So she playfully smacked another kiss, saying sweetly and softly, then let's go home and continue. Just really want to. What should I do if I keep having naughty thoughts with the boss? Luo, my mind is filled with inappropriate images, and enthemed, I drifted off dazedly in Yinlin's embrace. He fell asleep there. When Luo Zi woke up, he had already rejoined the main group. Yinlin, can you go get our bags? Over here? As soon as the words fell, Yinlin had already laid her flat. Up in the tree, he felt a strong aversion to thermales smelling the little female's scent. And Luo Zi still hadn't realized that Yinlin's possessiveness towards her had already reached the terrifying extent of him being alive, and anyone who tried to take her away would have to die. Just as Yinlin jumped down from the giant tree, black shadow flashed by like lightning, and Luo Zi didn't even have time to scream before she was swept away by a snake's tail, and in the blink of an eye, she was taken into a dark cave. Luo Zi's back slammed hard against the unyielding rock, and she coughed in some pain. Cough, cough. Mossy, what the hell are you doing? At this moment, Mozi stood before Luo Zi with his arms crossed. I'll give you two choices. Accept me, or we die together. Accept you for what? Yinlin has a very keen sense of smell. At this distance, I think you're really looking for death. Luo Zi leaned against the wall panting heavily, staring at the man before her, who seemed like a vengeful ghost. Although panic spread in her heart, she believed the boss would soon find her. Hearing Luo Zi's refusal, Mossy, desperate, all-or-nothing resolve appeared on his delicate, cold pale face. As he slowly closed in on Luo Zi, the next second, Mo Si thudded to his knees, his weak, pitiful eyes actually welling up with tears. Little female, Igu, can you let me become your mate? I want to protect you together with Yinlin. As long as you say the word, Yinlin will definitely agree. Yinlin is my only friend in this world. I want to be in the same home with him. I need him. But Todai made him angry. He already hates me a lot. He wants to kill me and definitely won't be willing to cooperate with me anymore. As he said this, a tear of sorrow and helplessness slid down his chin. Please, Ruoji, can you accept me? At this moment, Ruoji only felt it was absurd. Come on, she was the innocent vestige who got kidnapped. Why would such an outrageous thing happen to her? Do you really like Yinlin? Hearing this, Moxie, with his narrow, long eyes shimmering with seductive tears, looked at Ruoji and nodded vigorously. I like him. Then we should be rivals in love, yet you still want to be my male. Do you think that makes sense? Putting aside gender, a rival is a rival. She can't possibly help her rival, right? Besides, regardless of whether you're male or female, trying to steal her boss is nothing but a pipe dream. Ruoji, I beg you, my liking for Yinlin isn't about wanting to mate with him. I can hunt for you for Yinlin's sake, and I can also protect you. As he spoke, Moxie knelt a little closer to Ruoji, his gaze as pitiful as a small beast, slowly recounting to Ruoji his past with Yinlin, and Ruoji roughly understood. Basically, this child Moxie lacked love, and Yinlin was the only one who had ever been kind to him, so he obsessively believed that Yinlin was his only family. Additionally, he also learned a secret about Yinlin and Moxie. They both needed to consummate fierce beasts to maintain their strength, so his cooperation with Yinlin was mutually beneficial. Ruoji rubbed her aching chest, truly infuriated by this old troublemaker. Seriously, can't you have explained this properly? Was it necessary to tie Moop? Seeing the little female's expression improve, Moxie wiped his tears and said rather helplessly, now, Yinlin won't let me get close to you, won't give me a chance to talk to you. Alright, let's hurry back. I don't need other males. Booty can talk to Yinlin, let him calm down and then cooperate with Yoan the hunt. After saying this, she walked out of the cave speechlessly, while in her heart she was still wondering why the big boss hadn't come looking for her yet. At this moment, Moxie looked at Ruoji's petite figure, a triumphant, wicked smile curling on his delicate face. Soft-hearted females are always easiest to coax. It's true he wanted to be with Yinlin, but a pretty little female who's even willing to like a disabled beast. Tell me, who wouldn't be tempted? And the innocent Ruoji wasn't aware of this scene. Cold-blooded. Snakes are all treacherous, and Moxie's no exception, being both treacherous and a good actor. At this moment, Ruoji, who had walked to the cave entrance, was stunned. No wonder the big boss had found her yet. It turns out he wasn't in a ground-level cave at all, but in a vertical cliff-face cave. How the hell did Moxie get up here? Meanwhile, Yinlin frantically chased to the foot of the mountain. The little female's scent abruptly ended here, but he couldn't find her, no matter how hard he searched. As for Moxie, who had taken the little female, in Yinlin's eyes, he was already a dead snake, the kind that was absolutely doomed. Moxie, who had walked up behind Ruoji, said in a soft, tactful voice, Yinlin is right below, he'll hear you. If you call out, in armament, you go down first, let Yin Scales will catch you. Wait until you and Yinlin's have talked. Then I'll appear, otherwise he will definitely kill. At this moment, Moxie suddenly noticed that Ruoji doesn't have any beastman's body odor at all. Her tender, fair skin is fragrant, making one want to take a bite. No wonder Yinlin's likes her so much. Ruoji stood at the stone cave entrance and tried calling out once, waited a while, but there was no response. Just as she was about to call out again, the next second a ghostly blue shadow flashed by Yinlin's directly shot up. His eyes, sharp and fierce. With a loud bang, dust flew up, stone fragments splintered. Yinlin's had actually punched the stone cave wall. Ruoji looked closely and discovered there was a small hole in the wall. Moxie had crawled in and escaped. This guy had long prepared a backup plan. Truly a very cunning snake. Worried the boss would go after him, Ruoji quickly grabbed the furious boss. That Moxie didn't harm me, he just wanted to say a few words to me. However, the terrifying aura on the boss didn't lessen. The coquettishness that had always worked before now seemed ineffective. Yin Lin's Bei angry let him go. Ruoji gently hugged the boss's waist, but unexpectedly, Yinlin's breathing became even heavier. The next second, Ruoji, in pain, was pressed against the cold, hard stone wall. Her neck was bitten with warning. It was the first time Yin Lin's had pressed so tightly against her, his large hand trespassing. He pulled open her clothes. The shoulder strap slipped off. Ruoji was so scared she was stunned, her heart pounding like a drum without rest. The boss's sudden, the forceful move made her feel like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Although Ruoji's face was astonishingly at this moment, her almond eyes still welled up with a mist of grievance. The one stirring up trouble was Moxie, so why should she have to suffer along? Soch spoke with a pitiful, aggrieved tone. Yinlin, you angry with me? But I didn't want to be captured either. Yaokno, how timid I am. Yet her soft, pleading surrender didn't have the slightest effect. Clearly, the reason for Yinlin's anger wasn't this, and he even pressed her hand further against a place it shouldn't pressed. Woo, Yinlin, my back hurts. Won't you let me go? I'm so scared. At this moment, Ruo Kai was both moved and panicked, really crying out. It's true that she is the big boss, and it's also true that ambiguous contact can bring pleasure. But this kind of thing should be pleasurable and relaxing. Finally, Yinlin released Ruoji's neck, looking at her with a cold and stern expression. You're not afraid of Moxie. You want him, every time you ask me to let him go. Yinlin's voice was very hoarse, not accusatory in tone, more like a child who felt wronged after being deceived. She was accusing the little female of lying to her about being afraid of Moxie, and at this moment, Ruoji also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing the reason for the big boss's anger meant the danger alarm was lifted, so she could to coax him. I don't want him, I just think he's pitiful. I only like you. Yinlin lowered her head, her cold and arrogant eyes gazing at the little female's fidgety, pitiful, and delicate appearance. You're lying to me. You're afraid of danger, but you weren't the least bit angry about Moxie kidnapping you just now. After saying this, her large hand forcefully placed itself where it shouldn't be. Seeing that Yinlin's mood hadn't improved at all, Ruoji was now truly furious. This wasn't her fault at all. If we really want to talk about it, what's deal with you sharing food with Moxie? Do you like him or something? Thinking of this, Ruoji's little universe exploded. Yinlin, you're going too far. Moxie doesn't like me at all, he likes you. The ruthless big boss Rumoretto be infertile, in private. But he is an extremely possessive and jealous person. The little female was only pleading out of fear that he would kill, but Yinlin mistakenly thought she was deceiving him, and roughly pressed Ruoji against the cold, hard stone wall, his large hand improperly pulling open her clothes. At this moment, Ruoji's inner world exploded. Yinlin, you've gone too far. She doesn't like me at all, he likes you. Angrily, Ruoji grabbed that mischievous fluffy tail, her face flushed as she puffed up her cheeks and shouted at Yinlin, it was you who shared food with him, not me. What? Is he your female? Why are you so willing to share food with him? What can I do if he likes you? And Yinlin was truly stunned by the shouting. He never expected Moshi to say such things to the little female. The next second, Yinlin gently caressed the little female's cheek, his voice hoarse as he said, you are my little female. From now on, I will only hunt for you. And at this moment, Ruoji's ears uncontrollably softened, her imposing manner vanished, and she helplessly sank into surrender. The matingscent filling the air caused Yin Lin's body temperature to reset to an unbearable level. In fact, Yin Lin had been restraining his raging emotions, not daring to do anything rough to Luo Zhi directly. He had promised not to force her. Suddenly, urgent calls came from outside the cave. Yin Lin, Luo Zhi, where are you? Ever since Luo Zhi was after being abducted, the clan leader Guyu had been leading people in the search, following the scent to this place. Don't mind them, Yin Lin. This time, the desire was hard to subside, turning Luo Zhi's attempt to turn away, face back, and Luo Zhongli then noticed something was off. With Yin Lin, the skin touched by fingertips was frighteningly hot. Yin Lin, are you sick? She didn't doubt at all that if she continued to burn up like this, she would die. Such a temperature is absolutely not something the human body can withstand. And Yin Lin's icy cold eyes showed a painful expression. If mating doesn't occur, the blood will rampage inside the body. At this moment, his thin lips slightly parted, the power within his body burning and boiling due to passion. Arousal, unable to bear least, will recklessly surge inside the body, extremely painful. This is also why Moxie is popular among females. For other males, maybe 1 or 2 hours is all they can manage, but when Moxie gets serious, days and nights are no issue, let alone even more powerful. Yin Lin, but the result of being unable to vent will only bring more pain. At this moment, Yin Lin was clearly enduring with great effort. What to do then? Here, should we change places? At this moment, Luo Zhi's little face was flushed intensely. She didn't know if the big shot was thinking about that. Yin Lin shook his head, reaching out to stroke Luo Zhi's delicate little face, his eyes holding only a pure, clean softness, solely for the little female. The uniquely soft touch of sex. Immediately, an ugly smile appeared. It's not good here, just a kiss is enough. Just now, I was too angry. I won't treat you like this next time. Luo Zhi was startled by Yin Lin's sudden smile, and in that instant, she felt like crying. When they first met, she dragged him into the vast, mundane world, staining him with worldly dust, causing him a lot of trouble, yet he, like a boy off in snow, gave her all the purest tenderness from his heart, treating her with unwavering gentleness. As always, time flashed to the next day. Luo Zhi woke up drowsy, her pink little mouth still slightly pouting. Yesterday evening, after returning from the cave with the big guy, she kept kissing the boss until the stars came out just to bring down the boss's burning body temperature. Now, Yin Lin also woke up, but he was somewhat weak and feeble. These 2 days, he hadn't hunted fierce beasts to sustain his energy, and Luo Zhi also felt the boss's mental state was average. She remembered what Mo Shi said yesterday, so she opened her mouth to persuade the boss. Yin Lin, why don't you cooperate with Mo Shi? He really likes you, treats you like family, give him a chance. Seeing the boss's gaze turn cold instantly, Luo Zhi immediately added, don't worry, I don't like him one bit, I only like you. Not needed, I will kill him. I absolutely won't allow anyone to dare to steal. Go about your business. Yinlin's logic has always been this simple. If Moxie doesn't receive severe punishment, then wouldn't everyone dare to come and snatch his little female? Yin Lin, take me with you? The little female has no objections anymore, so forgive me, okay? Moxie's pitiful and innocent voices suddenly came through. When Yin Lin saw Moxie, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. His appearance here was not unexpected. Moxie possesses the snake-like ability of false dormancy. If not deliberately paid attention to, it's very difficult to detect. Yin Lin, won't you reconsider? You couldn't have missed those wolf beasts. Moxie smiled and gestured with his eyes towards the black Wolf Clan. When Luo Zi looked over, she met the greedy, desiring eyes of a gray wolf, and a kill instantly shot down her spine. The little female is very beautiful. Many males want you dead, than to snatch her away. This place isn't safe, but I am willing to help you, so we cooperate? Why do you want to kill me? Mo Zistone carried a hint of temptation. In his view, both being disabled beastmen, Yin Lin was like a sacred snow lotus blooming in the harsh winter, lofty and unattainable, untouchable. It was precisely such an unfeeling person who pulled her, covered in filth, out of the abyss of death. Over these years, Yin Lin repeatedly used his strength to tell her, even a disabled beastman can be powerful, can be awe-inspiring. Not daring to provoke in the slightest, Yin Lin was the light that shone in Moses' dark and barren life. At this moment, Moses continued to speak, enticing. At the very least, before returning to the tribe, wouldn't it be good if I helped you protect the little femmeletiger? There's no downside at all. Moxie's tone was very soft, and it sounded genuine too. Yin Lin's cold, sharp, and wary gaze softened a little, and Luo Zi had a sudden moment of clarity. Realizing this was today's scheme. Perhaps all of yesterday's calculations were to achieve his persuasive goal today. Is he really a beastman? Under normal circumstances, someone like Moxie is someone Esh must absolutely avoid. However, if his goal is simply because he wants to cooperate with Yin Lin, seems like it could be good for the big shot. Moxie noticed Yin Lin's. His hostility subsided, and he handed a small yellow beast core to Yinling. You didn't excavate the beast cores from the 2 ferocious beasts you hunted yesterday. This should be what you need now. However, Yinling didn't even spare him another glance, leading Luoji towards the tribal gathering place. Last night, time was wasted looking for the little theme. Now, the tribe's beastmen are all preparing to catch flying fish. Mimi, who was unwillingly twisting vine ropes, looked up and glanced at the belated Yan Yao, couldn't help but sneer to Damai and Zhao Mei. Coming with us. All she does I sleep or cause trouble, skinny and lazy. What's the use of buying pretty? After Da Hong was driven away, the higher-up sent her to replace Da Hong as the new witch doctor. Chief Guyu glanced at the Ano Yingmamai and enthusiastically handed the grilled shrimp in his hand to Luoji. We grilled red shrimp. Try some. There's plenty more on the ground. Ever since Luoji helped him stop the bleeding yesterday, Agayu's attitude towards her changed, thinking she might be from some wise, large tribe. However, Mimi couldn't sit still anymore. Clearly, she is now the esteemed witch doctor of the leopard tribe. So why does the lowly female Luoji get to do nothing and still eat the freshest shrimp? Just as she was about to get angry, she was restrained by Midi, who walked over, who warned her sternly, "Don't provoke Luoji, don't forget how Da Hong was driven away." To be fair, besides feeling an itch, she flirted with Yinlin a few times, but Honey Butterfly, from start to finish, never intentionally lip of the somewhat mysterious Luo Zi. You really are a coward, and yet you're the witch master recognized by Mother. Mimi has always been jealous of her sister, her eyes carrying a look of disdainful contempt. Very well, then you can give it a try. But if you affect the tribe's importantmeters, I will have father punish you severely. As if that wasn't enough to vent her anger, before leaving, she added irritably, I shouldn't have spoken to a fool in the first place. The words instantly drove Mimi out of her senses, burning with rage. She rushed in front of Luo Zi and kicked over the fire pit, sending burning sparks flying everywhere. Althuian Lin reacted extremely quickly, carrying Luo Zi. Luo Zi was still holding the sharp wooden skewer for shrimp. In the panic, she poked her hand, letting out a cry of pain. Blood flowed from her hand, and Mimi, with her hands on her hips, shouted at Luo Zi again. A sentence. I am now the witchmaster of your leopard tribe, I order. you to go work right now. The people from the past all gathered around. Seeing Luozi's injured little hand, they all pointed at Mimi. Can a witch doctor just bully people? How are you any different from Da Hong? But Mimi wasn't afraid of them at all. Seeing Luozi injured, she felt extremely pleased inside. I am the witch doctor. I make her do whatever I want. What are you all trying to do? Da Mai and Zhao Mai also sided with Mimi. That's right, do our female affairs. Need you to meddle? What right does a lowly, inferior female have to not listen to us? At this moment, Yin Ling had a cold face. He ruthlessly pulled out the wooden splinter from Luozi's palm as blood gushed out. Wildly, he quickly covered it with his lips, using his tongue tip to press against the wound, then searched for medicine in the pouch at Luozi's waist. His sensitivity to smell far exceeded Luozi's imagination. He knew her pouch carried Thebist medicine for healing wounds. Yin Ling was almost using immense power to suppress his fury. Using an extremely gentle voice to coax the little female, be good, press on it yourself first. Luozi clutched the ointment in her hand, enduring the tears in her eyes, letting out a soft sob with a crying tone. It really hurts, the palm was almost pierced through. Clan leader, help me take a look at the little female. Yin Lin looked towards Valley Rain, whose face also showed urgency, and coldly dropped this line. Turning around, a surge of frigid air, violent as a storm, instantly flooded his eyes as he strode towards Honey, who was still arguing with the males. Perhaps the malevolence on Yin Lin's person was too heavy. The males in the midst of the argument suddenly fell silent, turning around one after another. They possessed a keen sense for authoritative dangerous beastmen, while Honey was still fiercely and aggressively pointing at the males and cursing. Go on. Why aren't you speaking? A bunch of stupid, incompetent leopards. Yet the next second, the voice cut off abruptly. That plump body flew out like a parabola. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the just moments ago steamed Wu Yiwis actually kicked flying by Yin Lin. With a thud, Honey landed accurately at the feet of Honey Butterfly 50 pass away. Honey Butterfly knew Honey would suffer a setback, but didn't expect Yin Lin to dare attack Honey in front of so many people. The Leopard Clan is about to turn the heavens upside down. Not to mention Honey Butterfly was shocked. Even Valerain and the others were startled into a cold sweat down their backs. Yin Lin is too impulsive. Now there's trouble. You all hit her for me. Demand you avenge me in my mother's name. Face covered in blood, spitting out several knocked out teeth, Honey slurred her words in furious roars. In an instant, the males of the Golden Leopard Clan bared their teeth, their aggressive stance gradually strengthening as they were ready to make a move. Suddenly, an overbearing voice rang out. None of you interfere. This is a fight between me and Yin Lin. How dare you hit my little female beast? Yin Lin, you're looking for death. After saying that, he charged straight at Yin Lin. At this moment, Yin Lin frowned. If Mo Shi and the Golden Leopard Clan member churned and attacked her together, that would indeed be a bit tricky, so she decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. To deal with Mo Shi first, however, no one expected that Mo Shi charged fast, but dodged even faster. Hesita stepped past Yin Lin, turned, scooped up Luozi, and ran. You dare hit my female, so I'll snatch your female and beat her hard. Mo Shi, carrying Luozi, sprinted desperately through the bushes, his voice panicked to the extreme, showing none of his earlier arrogance. Listen, little female, when Yin Lin catches up to kill me, you must protect my life. You don't want Yin Lin to be surrounded by so many golden leopards, right? Running all the way to the previous cliff wall, just as Mo Shi prepared to repeat his earlier method and jump up to the cave. Suddenly, a deafening tiger roar pierced their eardrums. At the same time, a massive black shadow lunged at Moxie. Realizing he couldn't react in time, Mo Shi hastily pushed Luo Ji away. The powerful tiger claw slammed into Mo Shi's back. A cold glint flashed, and Mo Shi let out a shrill, miserable scream before tumbling to the ground. A snake beast who steals and harms females is unforgivable. The voice was rough and fierce, with no. The roar of the beast came. Luo Zi, who had been pushed to the ground by Moxie, had a pale face. His head was already spinning badly, and with this, the roar directly stunned him into unconsciousness. Before losing consciousness, the last thought that surfaced in his mind was, "Boss, save me. Something's gone wrong again." When Luo Zi opened his eyes once more, he suddenly met a pair of piercing tiger eyes, and his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. After a moment of reaction, he realized he might have been taken away by a high-level beastman tiger. It wasn't exactly fear tiger beastmen don't eat humans, but sensing that he was now naked, Instancero surged like a river. "Oh no, boss, I'm not Purina more. What should I do now?" Seeing the little female wake up, Xinghai excitedly nuzzled Luo. Knowing the pink and tender face, "Little female, you're awake, are you? Still feeling unwell? I'll take you back to the tribe." Hearing this, Luo Ji was stunned. This extreme life meaning, sweet voice. Is this a woman, a tigress? And she's even willing to take her home. Luo Zi carefully got up from the ground, hugging her chest with both hands, and cautiously asked her, "Who are you? Where are my clothes?" "My name is Xinghai." Your clothes had the scent of the snake. Just took them to wash. Xinghai gazed at the beautiful and lovely low-level little female before her, her eyes like a little girl seeing a beautiful Barbie doll, her girlish heart overflowing. Happily continuing, "The snake Glin is very bad. He still has companions chasing you, but don't be afraid. I helped wash away the scent, and then I'll take you back to the tribe. They probably won't be able to find you then." Faced with Xingai's unexpected enthusiastic attitude, Luo Zi was extremely nervous inside. She boldly guessed the one chasing Xinghai might be the big boss, but Xinghai probably used some method to shake him off. Although somewhat speechless, she still softly expressed thanks. My name is Luo Zi. I am an externalbiusman of the Leopard clan. Can you take me to Hakka Lake? My partner is probably very anxiously looking for me. The one just chasing you might be him. The one from Snake Clan is his friend. We just had a bit of a disagreement among us. Is that so? I said how he runs faster than many snake tribes. That snake tribe I didn't have time to kill probably won't die. I'll send you back now. Xinghai stared unblinkingly at Luo Zi's gentle, flawless little face. Those large, dark eyes blinking. Really so beautiful. Low-level little female. You are really so beautiful. I like you as soon as I see you. You are the most beautiful female I have ever seen. Xinghai, as if enchanted, couldn't help but express his liking. That expression made Luo Zi feel he looked like a darling. Yes, exactly like the expression a modern cat slave has. Looking at a kitten, he looked like he really wanted to pet her. Perhaps he was a flame tiger. Then Xinghai ride Luo Zi through the jungle very fast and stopped it after a short while. Little female, ahead is the Hakka Lake. Knows hold be the time for low-level beastmen to catch flying fish. I will watch you go back. You don't need to be afraid. Okay, thank you. Although Luo Zi was somewhat puzzled why he wouldn't take her all the way, she also felt it wasn't good to ask too much. It was already very kind of him to bring her here. Go on. Xinghai looked rather reluctantly at Luo Zi. Such a beautiful little female, a pity I can only see her once. Luo Zi waved at Xinghai with a smile. Thank you. See you next time. Hearing this, Xinghai showed a troubled expression. There won't be a next time. He might die before spring. Also, it's best not to tell others you've seen me. Watching the figure jump into the jungle and run away, Luoji was puzzled in her heart. Why would he? Perfectly fine. Talk about dying? It sounds strangely unsettling. Suddenly, an angry, wounded tiger roar made Luo Zhi turn back in surprise. Yin Lin. Kill him. He's the one who stole the little female. Mo Shi's sinister roar came from deep within Thedan's forest. Luo Zhi's spine instantly turned cold. Could Xing Hai have been caught and beaten up by the big boss? Thinking of that possibility, she hurriedly ran towards the bushes. In fact, Luo Zhi was overthinking. The one roaring most enthusiastically was Mo Shi, and the one being chased and frantically fleeing from Xing Hai was still Mo Shi. Luo Zhi, who had just rushed over in a panic, was gently embraced by Yin Lin. It's my fault. From now on, I won't entrust you to anyone else, and I won't let you get hurt again. Yin Lin. Xing Hai didn't mean to capture me. He thought Mu Shi was trying to snatch me. That's why. Before she could finish, Moxie, who had been knocked to the ground, sent out a cry for help. Yin Lin, save me. I'm going to die. I only got involved with her because of you too. Hearing this, Xing Hai stopped at his hand, turned, and glared fiercely at Yin Lin. Are you the disabled beastman the beastmen often mention? Xing Hai looked Yin Lin up and down, then continued with considerable displeasure. But you, disabled beastman, why do you want to be Luo Zhi's partner? Even if you are very strong, you won't live long, just like me and that disabled snake. In case Luo Zhi has your offspring, her future partner probably wouldn't raise them either. Standing outside the bushes, Wan Xin expressed agreement with Xing Hai's words. After Yin Lin's death, if Luo Zhi had Yin Lin's offspring, she would raise them either. She would secretly kill them. At this moment, Luo Zhi also fell into deep thought. Yin Lin hadn't mentioned this to her recently. She suddenly remembered. When she first followed Thebes home, the boss told her, her life is short, and he couldn't protect her for long. Thinking of this, she hugged Yin Lin's waist tightly and buried her little head in his chest. But now, Thebes looks perfectly healthy. Suddenly Mo Shi got up from the ground. You damn tiger. If you want to die, die by yourself. Yin Lin won't die. The furious Mo Shi recklessly lurched at Xing Hai, his swinging claws forcing Xing Hai to retreat. This clearly defied common sense. What's wrong with him? Has his small universe ignited with an energy burst? This scene left Luo Zhi stunned. Yin Lin explained, Xing Hai is no match for Moxie. As an expert who can also capture ferocious beasts, Yin Lin understood Mo Shi's strength, and Luo Zhi could pretty much tell too. Mo Zhi was just hiding his abilities and playing pitiful earlier, wanting Yin Lin to join the fight. No wonder the boss ignored him. Realizing Luo Zhi's beautifully carried worry, Xing Hai is a good person. It was a misunderstanding for that. Moxie hurt me, so he injured. He just took the initiative to send me back. Do you have a way to make them stop fighting? Yin Lin really didn't want to get involved, whether it was Moxie acting on his own or Star C trying to persuade the little Femaletto find another mate. He felt not a shred of goodwill toward either. This world simply isn't one where every affection receives a response. For him, saving Moxie was already the utmost mercy, but that doesn't mean Moxie has the right to pester her, repeatedly joking about the little female's safety. Yin Lin, you're the smartest, and Moxie listens to you too. Please help out. Faced with the big shot's indifference, Luo Zhi, she could only resort to her ultimate coquettish trick, and after speaking, she even planted a smacking kiss on the big boss's lips. Unable to withstand the pestering, Yinling softly hummed in acknowledgement, then turned and walked straight into the battlefield between the two. It was clear that he was utterly defenseless against the little Femalesque auditions. Yinling had always been one who would solve problems with his fists rather than waste words. Now that both the tiger and the snake were injured, he stopped the two with a punch each. After the incident ended, Luo Zhi reunited with the group, apologizing incessantly. to the chief and the others, but Thechif and the rest were not having any of it. This isn't your fault, you don't need to apologize. This made her even more embarrassed, and she hurriedly took out all the food from her bag, distributing it to the tribalbeastmen who had worked hard searching for her all afternoon. Only Yinling's face remained gloomy, and from time to time, he would pick up her injured little hand to look at it again and again, the ferocity in his eyes never dissipating. Early the next morning, Luoji was startled awake. In the big boss's embrace, terrified screams of Damai and Zhao Mei came through. Mimi is dead. Our Mimi has been killed. Hearing the news of Mimi's death, Luozi's heart suddenly sank. Last night, the big boss seemed to have gone out for a while, and that woman actually dared to bully little female right in front of the big boss. Yet the next day, she was dead. Luozi was startled awake in the big boss's embrace. The terrified screams of Damai and Zhao Mei came through. Mimi is dead. Mimi is being killed. Hearing that Mimi was dead, the news made Luozi's heart suddenly skip a beat. It seemed the big boss had gone out last night. However, she wasn't the only one who thought this way. The obese Damai pointed a thick, black finger at Yin Lin. Must be Yin Lin. Only Yin Lin would dare to harm me. Me Dai meanwhile glared furiously at Gu Yu. Who killed her? You, the Leopard tribe, must give us an explanation. After all, Li Mai was her sister. Dying here, how could she explain it to father and mother when she returned? At this moment, Chieftain Gu Yu frowned deeply. Killing a precious female was an extremely terrifying act, one that warranted expulsion from the tribe. Mimi had harmed Luozi, but that didn't justify killing her, right? But in her heart, she also believed it was most likely Yin Lin. Now, everyone looked at Yin Lin. Even the surrounding werewolves watched with keen interest, though their greedy wolf eyes lingered more on Luozi. As long as Yin Lin was executed or expelled from the tribe, they would have a chance to obtain this beautiful little female. Yin Lin, was it you who killed me? Me Dai's face was extra melancholy as she directly questioned Yin Lin. Under everyone's gaze, Yin Lin didn't even look at me. Dai. His pale, thin lips lightly uttered 3 words. It wasn't me. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Besides a cruel and terrifying disabled beastman like you, who else would harm our femme? Sex? Zhao Mei vividly remembered Yineling kicking Mimi away yesterday, hiding behind and unreasonably raging at Yinling, roaring accusations, and Luozi, suppressing disgust, observed Mimi, finding black-purple blood at the corner of her mouth, possibly poison to death. Hearing Sumionifulzi accusing the boss, now she immediately retorted, isn't your sense of smell very sharp? If she was killed by Yinling, there should be Yinling scent on her. Hearing this, Gu Yu really sniffed carefully twice, then spoke. On her body there's only the scent of females and Moxie. Stop talking. You mean Moxie killed Mimi? Is that possible? Damai extremely rudely raised a finger pointing at Gu Yu. Seeing this, Shin directly stepped in front of Gu Yu, fiercely glaring at Damai. What kind of stray cat or dog are you? By what right do you accuse our clan leader? Do you want to provoke a fight between the 2 clans? Damai immediately backed down, quickly retreating behind Midi, resentfully, not daring to utter a sound. Midi then looked towards Moxie nearby. Moxie, shall to explain? Moxie, somewhat lazily, lifted that innocent face, voice seductively. Close, little female beast, this has nothing to do with me. My venom can't poison people to death. Besides, Mimi was also my lovely little female beast. How could I bear to kill her? I'm so heartbroken. Dai gave him a rather anxious stare. This performance was a bit perfunctory, yet she had to admit that Moxie's face was truly handsome enough to captivate souls. In the end, Mimi, whose cause of death was unclear, was defined as an accidental death. Dai called a few golden leopard tribesmen to bury her. Although Themeter was over, Guyu's expression remained grave. Mimi died accidentally, but if the leopard king blamed their tribe, the consequences would still be severe, so he helplessly said to everyone, "How about this time we catch more flying fish to offer them? We can't defeat the golden leopard tribe." Wangsun and the others all wore somewhat indignant and displeased expressions, yet they couldn't offer any other opinions. But having to give away most of the food that wasn't even in hand, yet was infuriating just to think about. At that moment, the hunting party tribesmen returned from the waterfall cliff, along with hunting parties from other tribes. "Chief, for some reason, we haven't seen a single flying fish so far." Yaxia told everyone about the reconnaissance situation. Suddenly, Grey Wolf not far away stood up, its screen glowing eyes coldly staring at Yinling and Moxie. "Idman that you leave here immediately." Another wolf chimed in, "That's right, it's because the ominous Disable Tribeman is here, that the beast god is angry, and we can't catch any fish." As soon as he finished speaking, other prominent clans rose up in righteous indignation. They looked at Yin Lin and Moxie with disgust, expelling them. The meaning is very clear. A majestic black wolf with an imposing aura stepped out from the wolf pack, growling and roaring towards Yin Lin and the other person. "I command you in the Namioth Wolf King Caesar, you ominous beastmen, get lost immediately, or the entire wolf clan will not let you go." At this moment, even the clan leader Guyu did not utter a sound. Even he thought to himself, could it truly be that the arrival of Yinling and Moxie has angered the beast god? "Yinling, you take the hunting team and leave first. We are no match for them." Finally, Guyu spoke, with apology, and also with a tone of command, and Moxie raised an eyebrow, looking at Yinling. "Yinling, what do you say? Last night, you agreed to cooperate with me. I'll listen to you." He had no regard for this baseless. "We've long been accustomed to suckslanders." At this moment, Yinling lowered her head to look at Luo Zi's cold little face. The little female seemed unhappy as well. She thought the little female was so smart, she wouldn't believe these people's words, but still couldn't help her fingertips trembling slightly, somewhat humbly opening her mouth. "Come with me, okay?" However, Luo Zi suddenly turned around, put her hands in her hips, and glared furiously at Wolf King Caesar, cursing, "Bullshit about being inauspicious. With you as the Wolf King. You have a brain, but don't know how to use it. You're so stupid. All that's left is a mouth that can talk. If eating more fish could nourish the brain and make people smarter, I think you'd need to eat at least a pair of whales. And not being blessed by the beast god, so you're disabled? The beast god favors you so much. How come you're still as stupid as someone with cerebral palsy?" Luo Zi angrily spat out a stream of. He fired off 3 sentences in a row, daring to slander his boss. "It's simply a load of nonsense. The flying fish not coming has all to do with the boss." At this moment, Moxie stared in astonishment at suddenly furious little female, gazing at her brilliantly shining eyes and fierce expression, never expecting that someone as delicate and fragile as her will dare to even curse the Wolf King. And this wasn't the first time he had stood up for injustice in her behalf. Although the Black Wolf King didn't understand what a brain-dead whale was, he was still infuriated, but hindered by the fact that she was a petite and beautiful little female. For the moment, he couldn't very well attack her, so he coldly say fiercely, "Then use your brain to explain. If it's not because the beast god despises disabled beast men, what is the reason the fleeing fish haven't come? Because the beast god thinks your wolf tribe's mouths are too filthy and foul. The pure waters of the Hakka Lake have been dirtied by your filthy feet, so he doesn't want to bestow food upon you anymore." He hadn't forgotten the wolf tribe's bloody trampling incident. They could have coexisted peacefully, yet they wantonly bullied and trampled those cute, innocent guinea pigs and raccoon cats. The chaotic and tragic scene from that time is still fresh in memory. The Wolf King, enraged by the cursing, roared out, "Guyu, if you don't severely punish this unreasonable, nonsense-spouting little female, we will not let your leopard tribe off." As soon as the words fell, along with the hundreds of wolves behind him, Thale roared, their formation imposing. And, at this moment, Guyu did not speak. He wasn't sure what Luo Zi was saying, angry words or wise thoughts, but the next second, he still led a group of males to Luo Zi's side. He could drive away Yin Lin, who is not favored by the beast god, but making him punish the wise witch doctor in his heart is absolute impossible. Moreover, as fellow ultimate tribes, if a real fight breaks out, no one will survive. The more you retreat, the more you will be bullied. Just as the two sides were in a standoff, Luo Zi stepped forward again. "If you don't believe what I say, then I'll take you to find the fleeing fish. If I really find them, you must kowtow to the beast god and apologize to my partner. And I tell you very clearly, the beast god will not let the flying fish come to Haka Lake anymore." This is what the old man told me, and Luo jittered to be so arrogant for a reason. She had previously seen in a biology book that most fish migrations are for spawning, and spawning is influenced by environmental factors. She roughly knew where a fish would gather. These confident words immediately caused an uproar. This was no small matter. Flying fish were extremely important for all tribes to survive the harsh winter. Finally, beastmen who couldn't stand the wolf tribe stepped forward. "Caesar, if you don't believe it, you stay here. We'll send a hunting team to check." He chose to believe this beautiful little female. But Mo Shi, standing beside Luo Zi, suddenly lowered his head. "Little female, don't follow my example. These people, not easy to fool." This statement weighs essentially an admission that he usually enjoys tricking people, because he absolutely didn't believe that a timid little female who could be scared to tears by him could have the ability to communicate with the beast god. But Luo Zi ignored him, turning instead to look at the big boss, Yin Lin. "Do you believe me?" She noticed the big boss seemed to have been watching her all along, with an unexpected lifeless and gentle expression, seemingly tinged with doting affection. Hearing this, Yin Lin replied, "Seriously, I believe in a beast god, but I believe in you, so, little female, don't be afraid of any consequences. I'll go with you." The little female was being good to her in her own way. Whether it was true or false, actions might bring, he would indulge her and protect her. Deeply moved, Luo Zi gently nuzzled against Big Boss. "I will definitely make them apologize to you. My partner is the most divinely favored person in the world. Soreto live a long life, forever and ever with me." At this moment, Yinlin's clear moonlit, firefly-like cold pupils trembled as if ice had shattered. "The little female," said she, "wanted to be with her forever." Although Luo Zi's voice was very soft, Mo Shi, who was close by, naturally heard it. Feeling a stomachache, he thumped his chest, looking at Yin Lin with jealous eyes. 1 hour later, Luo Zi led them through the outskirts of the never-setting sun forest, arriving at a majestic, perilous, and secluded canyon. What met their eyes was countless fish, densely packed and uncountable, with even more long fish actively jumping around, trapped among the river stones. No surprise, it should be the rock collapse caused by that stampede from the wolf clan. Seeing this scene, many beastmen cheered and leaped for joy, while faithfully keeping their promise to loudly apologize to Yinlin and Moxie. Meanwhile, Luo Zi was calling the Panther clan members together, whispering later, "When the Wolf clan and Honey Butterfly arrive, shouldn't we give them a bit of a hard time?" But what shouldn't expect was that what started as just wanting to strike a blow against the Wolf clan and Honey Butterfly unexpectedly escalated into a deadly trap. Moxie gazed at Yin Lin and said quietly, "As long as we can make the Golden Panther clan lose this batch of important warriors, the Panther King won't be thinking about attacking your tribe anytime soon." But these words startled Gu Yu. "You mean to kill them?" Gu Yu's tail stiffened, and her eyes held a touch of horror as she looked at Moxie. Yet Moxie gave Gu Yu a disdainful glance, then turned her gaze to Yin Lin. "Don't tell me that wasn't your meaning?" At this moment, a cold, merciless glint flashed in Yin Lin's eyes. "Yes. Only by dealing with them can we avoid the tribe facing danger this winter. But Yin Lin, isn't this a bit too much? They haven't attacked us either." Luo Zi couldn't quite accept it for armament. She only wanted to get back at the Black Wolf Clan and Honey Butterfly for framing the big shot. "Little female, you think you previously offended the Leopard tribe and Big Bear them. If your male wasn't Yin Lin, you would have died long ago." Xi's words were indeed for her own good, but the reason she cared so much about this matter wasn't it just their selfish fantasy of having a home with Yin Lin? At this moment, Gaiu's expression also darkened. "If we do this and the Leopard King finds out, it will be the tribe's greatest disaster. Mimi is dead. Does the chief think offering food will make the Leopard King forgive us? Chief, you yourself think it through clearly. Batif, the tribe suffers invasion and attack. I will take my femeline leave." Yin Lin's voice was as cold and ruthless as ever. She was not originally a beastman of the Leopard tribe, and Gu Yu had never treated her well. The reason she now considered the Leopard tribe was simply because she wanted to provide a safe environment for the little female. "Luo Zi, what do you think?" After hesitating repeatedly, Gu Yu actually looked toward the little female with a pleading gaze full of expectation, waiting for Luo Zi to give him an answer. Hearing this, Luo Zi bit her lower lip and firmly replied, "I believe in Yin Lin's every decision. No matter when, I must trust the boss. Although the boss is always silent and rarely speaks, he never discusses these matters with me. But boss's purpose must be to protect me." After the matter was settled, Yin Lin and the others would go lure the powerful tyrannosaur beast, while the chief led the hunting team to encircle the perimeter. Hunting. Soon, they arrived at the Tyrannosaurus beast's cave, but Yin Lin suddenly turned around. "Why are you following us?" Following behind them, Xinghai shook his tail in frustration. He believed his paw pads were the thickest among all beastmen, in no sound when walking at all, yet he was still discovered by the disabled beastman Yin Lin. "Taking the little female to the Tyrannosaurus beast's nest is too dangerous. I came along to check." In the final days of his life, he wanted to stay by the little female's side. "Xinghai, it's you." Seeing that it was Xinghai, a flicker of joy flashed in Luo Zi's eyes as she greeted him warmly. Mo Shi currently wore an unhappy expression. The little female lights up at the sight of Xinghai, but looks like she's about to cry when she sees him, which feels very unfair. "Yin Lin, when you take action, I can stay with Xinghai, so I won't hold you back." "No. Who knows if you might lose Seth, little female, and then what if Yin Lin and I can't find her?" Before Yin Lin could speak, Mo Shi was the first to object. At this moment, Yin Lin hesitated. Last night, his conversation with Mo Zai was overheard by Xinghai hiding in the shadows. He was surprised by Xinghai's powerful ability to conceal his presence. What was even more surprising was that Xinghai voluntarily revealed himself, saying he wanted to help Luo Zi eliminate the secret that bullied her. The results proved Xinghai did very well, though it's unclear why. He wants to help the little female if he wanted to take Luo Zi away. Heck would have done so last time. To take away. Just as Yin Lin hesitated, Xinghai suddenly spoke. "Let the little female follow you. Whatever you want to do, I'll help you." Just like that, Yin Lin and Xing Hai were responsible for luring away the adult Tyrannosaurus. At the cave entrance, while Mo Shi was responsible for sneaking into the cave to steal the Tyrannosaurus eggs. After luring away the Tyrannosaurus, Yin Lin rested with the little female sitting in a tree. At this moment, his face was extremely pale. "What's wrong with you? Are you very tired?" Luo Zi used her sleeve to wipe the sweat beads from the big boss's cheek. Before, when the big boss carried him and ran far, he never panted like this. "It's nothing. It's been too long since I ate beast meat these past few days. I simply haven't had time to hunt beasts. My body has no energy to sustain itself and becomes extremely weak." "Yin Lin, you won't have any problems, right?" Luo Zi's deep, ink-like eyes were filled with uneasy worry as he placed his small hand on his chest and gently stroked. "It's fine. We will be together forever." Yin Lin breathed erratically as if repeating the little female's words from the morning, or as if telling himself. But the next moment, he pressed down on Luo Zi's soft, delicate little hand stroking his chest, his voice actually growing a bit hoarse. "Be good, don't tempt." Luo Zi didn't know how many times she had heard him say such things, and for a moment, her little face flushed red. It really was somewhat hard to explain. "I didn't. Don't always say that, as if I'm always in heat for you." At this moment, Luo Zi's fine voice carried a soft, tender tone. Dissatisfied, looking at the little female's adorable appearance, Yin Lin couldn't help but smile. "It's me who easily gets aroused by you, ill female. Take the initiative, and I won't be able to control myself." In an instant, Luo Zi's little face grew even more flushed. To hear such sweet talk from the big boss was simply incredible. "I want to kiss you." The big boss was just too alluring. With her tender pink face flushed, Luo Zi quickly said this, and without waiting for Yin Lin's agreement, she actively pressed her lips to the big boss's. Both of them seemed somewhat moved. But what they didn't know was that at this very moment, 4 pairs of eyes were secretly watching this scene. The little female, hearing the big boss's sweet talk for the first time, couldn't help but kiss his lips. Yet she never expected that, in Theshidao's 2 pairs of eyes were watching. Watching this scene, Moses looked after people kissing passionately on the tree, so angry that he almost smashed the Tyrannosaurus Rex egg in his hand. "We are being chased by fierce beasts, and they are actually mating." But Moses indeed knew that Yin Lin's current body simply couldn't handle mating. Yin Lin had always refused to accept the beast core he offered, and because he was protecting the little female, he had no time to hunt. Now, he simply had no extra strength for mating. On the other side, Star Ocean, seeing this scene of passionate kissing, was completely enchanted. "Oh my god, it's too dreamy. The little female is so beautiful." Star Ocean absolutely adores Luo Zi's looks. Hearing this, Mose glanced disdainfully at the inexperienced Star Ocean. "Hey Emph, clearly Simeon who's never mated. No? You take the beast egg, a Javi to go stop them." Star Ocean couldn't possibly accept this pleasing, beautiful scene being ruined, and flatly refused Moses, who wanted to stir up trouble. "Crippled snake, you are not allowed to disturb them. What business is it of yours if they're kissing? You catch it first. I'll explain to you later." Moses, his willow leaf eyebrows tightly furrowed, said to him in a low voice, but Starician simply wouldn't listen, insisting on blocking Moses' way. So Moses could only circle around the tree holding the Tyrannosaurus Rex egg, thinking to quickly frame the wolf tribe he wanted to deal with by planting the Tyrannosaurus Rex egg, and then come back to rescue Yin Lin, hoping he could still hold on. Finally, seeing from afar the figures of the Black Wolf tribe running over, caring about anything else, Moses leaped over several tall ancient trees, picking up the Tyrannosaurus egg and smashing it right into Caesar's face. At this moment, the ones originally chasing Moxie and Xinghai The Tyrannosaurus beast angrily lurches toward the black wolf pack. And Xinghai, who was originally chasing Moxie, seeing the task completed, gleefully climbs up a tall tree with a good view, is sparkling as he admires the handsome man and beautiful woman's passionate, entangled kiss. The scene is too beautiful. At this moment, Xinghai, who has no romantic experience, is a bit moved, thinking it might be nice to have a male kiss him too. Suddenly, a cold sentence extinguishes his fantasy about love. You like peeping so much, even if you want to mate, no male would dare of you. Crippled snake, no wonder Luo Zi hates you so much. Someone like you can only mate with lowly glee females. Xing Hai understands he can't defeat Moxie right now, so he chooses to retaliate with verbal attacks. Bring it on, let's hurt each other. Moxie never used to think the females he found were ugly, especially Mitty, who could be considered one of top beauties. But now with Luo Zi as a comparison, he seems unable to refute it either. Currently annoyed and furious, he simply ignores Xinghai and is about to jump onto the giant tree where Yinlin is. He can barely hear Yinlin's weak panting anymore. And Xinghai, seeing Moxie trying to cause trouble again, gets furious, feeling this guy is utterly detestable. What does it have to do with him? If other mates are being affectionate, so he also leaps high up after him. He wanted to pounce Mose down from mid-air. However, he did pounce, but instead of landing on the ground, he landed on the branch where the little femeline Yinlins were, causing Yinlins to be caught off guard with a crack. The tree broke. If it weren't for the weak state, Yinlins could have held the little female and landed safely, but unfortunately, the weakened Yinlins could only do his best to protect the little female as they fell to the ground. With a loud crash, Moses and Star C, who were wrestling, turned back in shock, and both immediately felt that something was wrong. The little female, Star C, let out a tiger roar and rushed forward, thinking the little female might have fallen to her death. His heart ached unbearably. Only when he saw the little female completely protected in Yinlin's embrace did the worry in his eyes slightly fade. But Moses trembled uncontrollable in panic. He saw the blood oozing from the back of Yinlin's head, and without caring about anything else, Moses quickly crouched down, took out a beast core from his chest, and stuffed it into Yinlin's mouth. When it wouldn't go in, he forcibly pried open his tightly closed lips. At this moment, Luoji, who had slightly regained his senses, approached with some concern. He wanted to check in the big shot, but Moses, who had originally been crouching with his back to him, suddenly turned around and actually spat out a mouthful of pale purple poisonous mist. Star C, who was half a beat slower, caught Luo Zi as he fell backward, then roared angrily at Moses. What madness has gotten into you? Luo Zi is not me. He can't resist your poison. Just a little bit. The scent of his heat is too strong. He needs to calm down. Yinlin can't handle his stimulation. Amir Xinghai sniffed suspiciously at Luo Zi, who was knocked out by Mo Shi, and noticed he had a peculiar bloody scent, different from any other beastman's smell. Is this the scent of a female in heat? At this moment, Mo Shi didn't want to deal with Xinghai, so he picked Yupian Lin and prepared to leave. He had no home, so he could only take Yin Lin back to the leopard tribe. But after taking a few steps, he noticed Xinghai had no intention of following. Let's go. Why are you just standing there? At this moment, Xinghai hesitantly looked at Luo Zi's somewhat pitiful little face, his tiger eyes filled with heartache. At this moment, an idea rose in his heart, and then he stared directly at Mo Shi. That disabled beastman Yin Lin will probably die. Luo Zi is the messenger of the beast god. He should have better and more choices. What kind of good life can he have with you? Disabled beastman or low-level beastman? If I send him to the Snow Tiger tribe or the Black Bear tribe, he will get the best life. Hearing this, Moxie's dim, shattered eyes looked at Xinghai with a threatening gaze. Maybe you're right, but if Yin Lin wakes up and doesn't see him, both you and it will probably be beaten to death. Besides, as the messenger of the beast god, he just likes disabled beastmen and doesn't like you high-level beastmen who think you're so noble. Don't think everyone despises disabled beasts like you do. After saying that, he sneered coldly and added, but you haven't despised Luo Zi, a low-level female, which is also an exception. I don't know what sinister plane you're hatching, but you better not be discovered by Yin Lin. Star Siwas choked for a moment, not really caring about Mo Shi's threat. His scent is faint, his perception keen, hiding away. The entire tiger hunting tribe couldn't find him. Yin Lin might not be able to find him either. But what Mo Shi said wasn't without reason. The little female's fondness for the disabled beastman is not just a little liking. That passionate embrace and kiss says it all. Afterwards, he still decided to follow. It's all your fault. If you hadn't disturbed their kissing, if you wouldn't have fallen from the tree. Hearing